All right, and we are ready to start with The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D, 100% by Gymnast86.
All right. So before we begin this run, I'd just like to announce that if we can hit $15,000 in total donation money by tomorrow at noon, then I will actually be doing a Wind Waker randomizer showcase in addition to the run that I'm about to do right now. So if you guys want to see Wind Waker randomizer, you better hit $15,000 by tomorrow or I'm going to be disappointed. But yeah, so additionally, we had a file name incentive for this run, so do we know what the winner is?
Yeah, so the winner is Gotsis, who donated $100.
Okay, so can you spell that for me?
So it's capital G, O-T-S, and then capital T, H-I-S, so Gotsis.
Oh, Gots this, okay. All right, Gots this. All right, then, are we ready to start the timer? All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so this is going to be The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D 100%, which means that we will basically be collecting everything that we can get on our inventory screen. If you're familiar with the definition of the original game, it's basically the same thing. We got to get all the items that fill the inventory screen, so all of the regular inventory items, as well as 100 Skulltulas, all 20 hearts, all fairy upgrades, and all equipment and stuff like that.
And then you beat Ganon, right?
Then I don't know. Do we beat Ganon? We'll have to find out.
Not if this game has good rule sets.
All right, so obviously this is the 3DS remake of Ocarina of Time for the Nintendo 3DS. This is not the N64 version, in case anyone was confused. And so because this is a different game, it of course has different glitches that the original game does not have, and it also does not have glitches that the original game has. And then there's a few glitches that both of these games have and that they share. So you're going to see, if you're only used to speedruns of the original game, you're going to see like a weird mix of tricks from the original game as well as lots of new tricks that only work in this game. Another very nice change from the original game to 3D is that text actually scrolls much faster in 3D. And there's actually a technique that we can do on text, which is just known as quick text. Pretty much, if I can press the B button on the specific frame of a text box initializing, then visually the entire text box will be displayed at once and I can go through it instantly, which is very nice. So like when I'm going through text, I sort of like mash the B button in a rhythm to try to get as many quick text boxes as I can. And this also has the effect of sort of nullifying language difference in this game, so really whatever language you play the game in doesn't really matter. I'm just playing in English because pretty much everyone else just plays in English. It's just a common language to play in for this game.
I remember when we used to run this game in Spanish. Those were the days.
Yeah, I believe it's in any percent. If you run on Spanish, you save like one text box or something. So you really want to save that half second. It is important to note, though, that quick text, for some reason, it doesn't work in shops, and it also does not work whenever you have black text on a white background. So do not expect quick text when we go through those. But I'm sure no one wants to hear me talk about text for nearly 5 hours, so let's get to doing some other things now that we have control of Link. So normally when you start out this game, you have to collect the Deku Sword, or excuse me, not the Deku Sword, the Deku Shield, the Kokiri Sword, and then you have to go beat the Deku Tree before you can escape the forest. But thankfully, doing that before getting out of the forest is not necessary because we have a nice glitch we can do to escape the forest, and it just involves the Kokiri Sword, so we will be going up to get that here. As far as movement goes, backwalking is typically the go-to movement for if we need to move like a long range somewhere. For shorter range stuff, we just roll, because rolling is not as slow as it was in the original game. We can also do side hopping, and we can chain both rolling, backwalking and side hopping together to do what's known as box movement, which works really well in some cases, like right here. So the fastest form of movement technically is if I can do frame-perfect side hops as Child Link. But because frame-perfect side hops aren't really viable, it's usually faster if I just backwalk places for the most part. Okay, now that we have the Kokiri sword, we're going to be doing a glitch known as a triple slash clip, which is exclusive to the 3DS version. And it'll allow me to get inside this guard right here. So if I line up correctly, swing my sword 3 times and put it away, I can get inside and then drop him out of bounds.
Oh, yes. Get rid of him. He's the worst.
Alright, there he goes. Now we can escape. Thank you for your clapping.
I hate that guy. So love it when he falls down the infinite pit.
Yeah, so it is actually faster to roll under him to escape the forest. But of course, visually, we'd like to drop him out of bounds because that's the funniest thing to do. Our hero this, has his Kokiri sword, his fairy ocarina, and now he's off to tackle the world.
A treasured ocarina. He won't drop it at the first sign of a better looking ocarina.
Absolutely not. But yeah, so we do still have to beat the Deku Tree, because this is 100%, and we'll just be coming back there later, because it's much faster to beat the Deku Tree when we already have a number of other items that help speed up the completion process.
Getting the Fairy Ocarina is the first quality of life upgrade that this game has. The Ocarina is always on the touchscreen menu, so you never have to equip it like an item like you did in the original game. It's little, but it really adds up over time.
And here's our lovely friend the owl. And we'll be seeing a lot of him throughout the run. Yeah, so the Ocarina is always on the touchscreen, which is nice. As my commentator Megahertz said, it's always on the touchscreen, so I never have to worry about trying to equip it. Although that does kind of work against us in a different way that I'll explain later. But for now, we're just back walking across Hyrule Field because that's the only way we can really get here before the moat draws in. I'm going to be getting 60 rupees at the top of the moat here, because I will need rupees to pay for things. And then the reason I side hop up the chains is because side hopping is easily the fastest form of movement if you have to go up or down a slope. And because the chains are like a 45-degree slope, it's fastest to do the side hops. So right now, I want to make sure that I go through the market as fast as possible, because I want to be in an area where time is passing, since I have to wait until the sunrise of the next day for a specific event to happen. So when I go back into the market here so I can spawn Malin, I'm going to slash my sword into the loading zone so I have 0 speed going into the loading zone, and I can easily turn and go back out much faster than if I was walking into it. Alright, thank you once again, Mr. Owl.
2 for 2 on Owl this time.
Here's our first Skulltula of the run. One of the 100 that we will be getting. We only need the Skulltula rewards up until 50, but we are still required by the category definition to get all 100 to fill out the inventory. And we also got this weird egg. So when sunrise comes along, the weird egg is going to hatch into a pocket cuckoo, and I will use that to wake up Talon, so that I can get inside Hyrule Castle. We can also jump past this guard since it's nighttime. At nighttime, the guards have worse vision than during the daytime. And then, because again, I have to wait for sunrise, it doesn't matter if I have like perfect movement here or anything. So I want to make sure that I go around those guards.
The guards at night in this game are kind of like the Pirate's Fortress guards in original Majora's Mask. They're essentially blind and deaf. No box clip.
No box clip. You can clip into that box, which doesn't do anything, but it looks kind of funny. Anyway. Alright, good quick text. So even if we could skip, or if we could get inside the castle to where the guards are without having to wake up Talon, we'd still have to wake him up anyway, since we need to do that if we want to get the milk bottle. Also, thankfully, we don't have to push that box all the way over. We can just jump when it's one less than before the position where it would fall. And get over here. Hopefully this first guard doesn't have X-ray vision like he sometimes does.
That looked kind of scary, but
yeah. Thankfully no X-ray vision by the first guard. This guy's being picky. I'm gonna go for it. Okay, I'm kind of surprised that works, but I'll take it. Hopefully this guard on the right moves all the way down.
Never moves all the way down.
He never moves all the way down. Alright.
Still made it.
Yeah, so again, box movement there is good just due to how the area is shaped. Now we finally get to meet up with Zelda.
We tell our first lie of the run right here.
Yeah, Zelda's going to ask us if we have the Spiritual Stone of the Forest, and we're forced to say yes, so this game unfortunately promotes lying.
I think that's why we rated it T for teen. Cartoon violence and lying.
And green blood.
In the United States.
Yeah. Alright, so while this lovely cutscene is going on, I'm going to talk about sort of how the route forms around for the first part of this run. So, essentially what our initial goal right now is, which I'll explain the reason for later, is we want to get Ferore's Wind as fast as we possibly can. Because Ferore's Wind is a very powerful item for speedrunning this game that we want as soon as we can. So, this entire route is built around how fast we can get Ferore's Wind while also fitting in other things that are required for the 100% speedrun. Because of that, there are going to be some things that we do right away. So, like, once we exit this cutscene and learn Zelda's Lullaby and all that fun stuff, we'll be going to Kakariko to get the Cuckoo Bottle. We're going to get the Sun Song from the Royal Tombstone Grave place. And then we're also going to be getting the Dampe Heart Piece right after we get the Sun Song, which I know everyone in chat is surely excited about. Letter's actually pretty useful, other than just showing it to the guard to open up the path to Death Mountain Trail.
It turns out in this game it's pretty useful to have an item that you can hold up at random times. And the letter does a great job at that.
Alright, so as I explained, after we get the Dampe Heart Piece, then we're going to be going to Death Mountain Trail, showing the guard the letter that we just got. And then we're essentially just going to do the game's natural route up until we get the bombs in Dodongo's Cavern. Unfortunately, in this game, we lack a way to get some kind of early explosive, in a sense. So, for instance, there is a chest of bomb shoes at the bottom of the well, which is in Kakariko Village, and bomb shoes are a type of explosive that would be really useful if we could get early, but we unfortunately can't get those, and this kind of drives us in the OOT 3D community insane, because the original game has like 5 or 6 different ways that it can get the bomb shoes early in bottom of the well, but this, every time something new is theorized and ends up working in the original game, it never ends up working in this game. It's made us very sad, because getting early explosives in this game would save quite a lot of time for pretty much any category besides, like, glitchless.
OT3D is cursed to wear the Gorn bracelet forever.
Yeah.
Even been attempts to get enough Skulltulas to get blue fire to blow up the door into Dodongo's Cavern to avoid getting the Gorn bracelet, but even that is just unfeasible.
Yeah, so if you find a way to get the bomb shoes in the bottom of the well, without like very many items and before getting any other explosives. Please tell us how to do it. We'd love to know. Oh.
Ooh. Welcome to Calithon After Dark.
Alright, so now we gotta collect these cuckoos. This cuckoo route's pretty much always been the same, which is kinda cool. Although there is some RNG to this, because we want the cuckoos to be as close to when we can get them as soon as possible. So this cuckoo's in a bad position because he's all the way back over here when he could have been, like, closer to the stairs. We use him to fly over to this one. This guy's also not in a very good position.
Cuckoos are about as cooperative as little siblings or cats.
That right there was actually not too bad with where they all ended up. Hey, we got the lights back on.
Remember to pay our electricity bill.
Alright, so I needed to take that one cuckoo so I could get to that ledge to get over to these last two. I believe it is possible to technically skip that usage of the cuckoo, but it's using a very precise jump slash that is not really RTA viable, so we don't do that. Okay. All three of the cuckoos ended up on this side, which is nice.
Well behaved.
Yeah, get back here. Alright. Excellent. So we got our bottle. The bottle is a very useful item. It will be used for many exploits in this run, as the bottle is... I wouldn't say it's as broken as it is in the original game, but it's still pretty broken in this game. Now we're gonna get the Sun Song. If you've seen speedruns of the original game, you'll know that in the current route that is used for the original game's 100% run, they managed to unload this gravestone simply by entering and exiting the loading transition between, like, the entrance to the Shadow Temple and the graveyard. Like, was it, like, I think it's 17 times? I'm probably wrong, but it's, like, some weird amount of times to unload the gravestone. I don't believe that works in this version, but it doesn't particularly matter because we have Zelda's Lullaby to break it.
We don't have a particularly good way to get up to the entrance to the Shadow Temple right now either.
Yeah, well, not yet at least. Alright, so for some reason they added a door right here between the original game and 3D.
That log's behind you too. That's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I'm trying to warn you about these dangerous keys. We kind of just have to wait for this keys to fly down and attack us. Because we don't have, like, the slingshot or the boomerang or anything yet. Again, though, we want to get the Sun Song right now because there's a Skulltula in Zora's Fountain where Ferori's Wind is located that we want to get. And we need the Sun Song because it's going to guarantee to be daytime once we finish Jabu Jabu, who's also in Zora's Fountain. But also having the Sun Song is just useful for any other day-night stuff we might need to do.
Sets the time right after exiting this grave to the perfect time for everybody's favorite part of the 100% run.
Yeah. Alright, so unfortunately, we can't death warp to get back to the beginning of this area, which would basically just be dying to go back to your last spawn point, because that cutscene sets our spawn point to be right there at the podium where we just learned the song. We're going to side hop back over. Alright, and now it is time to see how much time we lose to RNG. The legendary Dampe strolls across the graveyard, eager to kill the runs of any runner that should dare cross his path. Let's see what he has to say to us. For 10 rupees. Oh, red rupee. Alright, we made a profit.
There you go.
Yeah, so we have to basically just keep on attempting to dig up the Dampe heart piece until we get the Dampe heart piece, which has a 10% chance of being dug up on any particular instance of a dig attempt. I also needed to get that shield anyway, so that's why I opened up the grave. I'm going to open it up again so I can enter and exit if I do not get the Dampe heart piece this time.
It's a lot quicker for Dampe to get to that first piece from reloading the map versus waiting for him to get to the next digging spot. So you want to open the grave every time.
Yeah, and I also open up the grave that has a blue rupee on the right side, just so that I don't lose as much money as I normally would if I get, say, a green rupee. And then I have to hit away the post so it doesn't try to attack me immediately. Alright, third try. Here we go. Oh, alright.
Wow.
Thank you very much, Dampe.
Very impressive.
It's very good for a marathon run.
Clap for Dampe.
Yeah, so like it's possible that I could have been sitting there for like 10 minutes not getting the Dampe art piece, but Dampe decided to be very gracious today.
Yeah, wow.
I was actually kind of scared because lately I've had really good RNG in my attempts of this category, and I was worried that like during the marathon it would just all come crashing down and the RNG would be absolutely horrible or something. But thankfully that did not happen. Alright, so now there's a Skelchula. Second out of 100.
Yeah, we didn't even have to talk about the legendary Dampe's Valentine's Day.
I mean, we still can, but...
There's a community race every year on February 14th to fill up all of your heart containers just with the Dampe's digging game heart piece. For some reason, in the remake, they messed up, and Dampe can dig up a heart piece every time you play the game versus just one.
An infinite amount of times you can dig up the heart piece.
What is the record for Dampe's Valentine's Day? Is it 6 hours?
No, oh no, it's much less. It's like
Yeah, 6 hours is like the average. I think someone completed it in 4 or something like that.
a little over the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
Anyway, this right here is a fess. I took damage off of the Tektite, and then I'm holding the control stick in a somewhat precise position so that Link's shuffling animation will set his friction constant to be 0, I think, which means that he's not changing velocity when he's moving because he doesn't have any friction being applied to him. And so that allows me to keep the speed of getting hit by the Tektite. And it saves about 11 seconds going up Death Mountain Trail like that. Now we enter Drumia's room so we can get a Deku Stick. Oh yeah, Deku Stick didn't land on the table.
Wow, that is incredible.
Alright. We get the fire on the Deku Stick. Now we have to light all of the torches in this room so that we can activate the spinning Goron pot, which later will be used to get a heart piece, but since we're going through this lower level of Goron City right now, it's faster to just activate it now.
Going through this low level, and also with a flaming Deku Stick as well, because we're going to be opening the shortcut to the Lost Woods right here.
Yeah. When the cutscene finished for the activation of the Goron rotating urn, I actually put the Deku Stick back in the flame to reset its timer, because Deku Sticks will only be burned if they're not relit in a fire source. You don't have to like put them away or anything. You just have to make sure that the tip goes through like a flame source again.
Let that be a lesson to you. You stick your fire in other fire, it never goes out.
Yes. Infinite oxygen.
And fuel.
Okay. So now we're going through the Sacred Forest Meadow. I do want to intentionally take some damage here. Alright, I want one more hit, because I want to be at a half heart. Alright.
Very nice.
There are 2 more Deku Scrubs we have to get past, but if we side hop like this, then we'll easily get past them without them attacking us.
These are the worst Deku Scrubs. They don't even stand a chance. Might as well not even be there. This is a slow pan. Like, remember this door.
Game using visual foreshadowing. So now this is the 3rd song we learned, Saria's song. Since this is 100%, we of course will be learning all the songs, including the Scarecrow song. The Scarecrow song technically isn't required by the definition because it never gets saved in your inventory, but it is still useful for some of the puzzles in the game that we want to do.
Unlike MM3D, never forget Scarecrow song in MM3D, 100%.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to this Gossip Stone right here. And we're going to play Zelda's Lullaby to have it give us a fairy. Assuming we're close enough. We might not be close enough. Alright, yeah. So we got the fairy, and now we're going to be playing the Sun Song. This is going to make it daytime, but more importantly, it's actually going to put us back at the entrance to this area so that we don't have to walk all the way back through the Sacred Forest Meadow. Alright, so right there I tried to do this cheeky little owl skip, which is possible to do if I have a stick and the Kokiri sword, but it involves a lot of frame-perfect inputs, so I didn't get very far.
Yeah, you have to switch between the Deku Stick and the sword to keep Link in a busy state. Until you're outside of the area for the owl text to trigger, but it's a lot of inputs and generally doesn't even save that much time.
Alright, now it's time to make Big Muscle Rockman dance for us.
Hot beats cure depression, let it be known.
Right, so I'm going to attempt to voice act Darunia right here. Let's see how well I do. Oh. Oh, oh. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Hot. What a hot beat. Whoa. Yeah. Yahoo. Alright. That's the only text I'm voice acting because that's the only text that's slow enough to actually read.
I think you're hired. That's not true even about the text. I think, oh, that's right. We won't see it, will we? Never mind. We're skipping that text. Because of good rule sets.
Alright, now that we got the Goron bracelet, though, we will be heading to Dodongo's Cavern as the natural route up till bombs will normally have us do.
Shoutouts to Aaron Toad.
Yes, shoutouts to Aaron Toad 99. If anyone here ever sees Aaron Toad 99, please tell him that you love the Goron bracelet so much and you're glad that he always gets the Goron bracelet. He will love you forever. Alright, so right here, as I backflipped down after throwing the bomb flower, I intentionally tried to not go into that corner with all the rocks, because when the bomb blows up the rocks, they spawn lots of hearts since I'm at low health.
You managed to miss all the rocks, though, it looked like. That's impressive.
Alright, so right here I'm going to backwalk out of the dungeon right as the bomb explodes that wall right there. And this is going to skip the normal intro cutscene that would play when you blow up that wall. This also helps make the platform cycle better for a movement in this room.
Yes, you notice he's not rolling or backwalking or doing any sort of fast movement. And that's because with the platform cycle, just running is perfectly fine. You can't move any faster than that.
Alright, so now I'm going to act like I didn't intentionally die here.
Obligatory fake surprise.
Oh no, we died. Oh. This run sucks. Why am I playing? Oh wait, no, wait, I have a fairy.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's cool.
Good thinking on your part.
Yeah. Good thing I got that. Alright, so yeah, obviously we intended to die right there. We did what's known as a glitchless ground jump. Essentially, we jump slashed into the air right when the bomb killed us, and there was one frame where Link grabbed onto the ledge that's above him. And so then he ended up dying on top of the ledge. But because he's now up there, when the fairy revives him, he's just standing up there. And that allows us to skip going around all the way. So it skips a few rooms where we have to like light torches and push a statue and fight some Lizalfos. So it saves a nice amount of time. Also, I'd just like to point out right now to nobody in particular that I have 67 rupees, and I will attempt to keep it that way for as long as possible.
Such a great number.
I know.
Pure number.
Alright, this room has a particularly interesting strategy using this statue right here. Also make sure to kill that Keys.
Wow, yeah, that was aggressive Keys.
Yeah.
Good thing you didn't have a shield.
Yeah, I know, right? Would have been burned. Yeah, we can side hop on top of that Armo statue and then backflip up to skip having to climb the ladder, which is nice. Alright, so in this room, a few small strategies. We got a Navi text trigger right here that we can backflip over. Then using this Deku stick, I can jump slash up onto this next platform right here. And then I can pick up the bomb flower. The reason I use the Deku stick and not like the Kokiri sword is because the Deku stick, Link puts away the Deku stick faster than the Kokiri sword. Okay, so right here we're normally supposed to have the slingshot, but I don't have the slingshot, so I'll have to jump around this fire. Alright, very nice.
Very well done.
So that is the first slingshot skip. There's going to be another one after we fight this set of Lizalfos right here. So for these Lizalfos, I'm going to be moving around the platforms in such a way so that the final Lizalfos that I have to fight is going to be on the platform right where the door is, so I won't have to move very far.
The Lizalfos are always 2 cycles each, but by doing a precise pattern of movement, he's able to manipulate where the final Lizalfos ends up and end the fight right next to the door.
Oh, missed. Still missed. Alright, there we go. He was a tricky one, but we got him. Right, put the sword away, because I don't want the sword to be out right now. Okay, so this one's a little bit trickier. I don't think that's going to work, so we're going to farther over. Okay. Alright, so we can jump to this indent in the wall, then we can jump over here. That jump is not possible on N64, if I'm correct. And then, by lining up here. Alright, awesome. So that skips needing the slingshot, and then we can do the cool jump slash right there. Doing those slingshot skips, that's sort of like your indictment into the OOT 3D community, because pretty much every category does those jumps. Since every category wants to get the bombs as early as possible, it's to get forward as early as possible, unless it's something like glitchless.
Or Master Quest All Dungeons, I think, gets the slingshot before they leave.
Yeah, that's correct. Anyway, now that we got bombs, we're going to light the eyes for the giant Dodongo skeleton, and then we'll be blowing up that other wall that I just pulled out a bomb before so that I can get a shield that's inside the chest here. This chest will only give you a shield if you don't already have one, otherwise it's just going to be a blue rupee, or a bloopy, as the randomizer community likes to call it.
Very cute thing for something you don't want to find.
Alright, so now that we have the bombs and the shield, we can do one of our fastest movement options, which is a Hess. It's also very precise to pull off, so hopefully I'll be able to do this. Alright, nice. So, This is essentially the same thing as a Fess, except for my speed, I shielded a damage source, which gave me slightly more speed than I would have if I got hit by a damage source. Still involves the same precise control stick position known as ESS, or Extended Super Slide Position.
So the H is for hyper.
Yeah. Once again.
Sort of to give you an idea of how good the Dompe RNG was that we got, Jim told me to let him know if he ever hit the 35-minute mark in the run, which is right about now, and he was still trying to get the Dompe heart piece, so...
Yeah, it can... I mean, it's very rare that it ends up going that long. The chance of not getting the Dampe heart piece, I think it's around... If you don't get the Dampe heart piece 22 times in a row, that is less likely than getting the Dampe heart piece first try. So, like, if you go 22 attempts without getting the Dampe heart piece, that has a less than 10% chance of happening. Given just like a statistical calculation. Alright, so to use Ferori's Wind, we obviously need to get magic. If we don't get magic, we can't get any of the other fairy spells.
Yeah, the fairies just don't actually feel like talking to you if you haven't talked to this fairy first.
I got this. Alright, so obviously we are getting magic right now. This means that the run is actually sort of in this very cautious, dangerous mode right now, because there's a trick that I will be doing about 2.5 hours into the run, which requires that I do not pick up a single magic drop until that point in the run. And of course, magic drops can come from a variety of places, you know, enemies, grass, rocks, all that kind of good stuff. So if there are any magic drops, I want to make sure that I avoid them completely, because the trick that uses magic, or uses picking up the magic drop for the first time, saves about 8 minutes, if I remember correctly. So there will be lots of safety saving here to make sure, or to account for if I accidentally end up picking up a magic drop. A few things you want to do here in Death Mountain Crater. First, I want to get this Skelshula, or get hit by it. Alright. Now, I'm going to be safety saving here, just to make sure that I don't pick up any potential magic.
There's one.
Okay. Yeah, so we want to avoid that. If we picked up that magic, that would have been really bad. Alright, so let's get these bombs. Okay. I'm fine without that heart.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
There's one more heart piece that I want to get down here. Like this, and back walk. Alright. Just in here. And then we're going to Sick Warp. So yeah, every time I cut like a piece of grass or a bush or throw a rock, I have to make sure that it does not have magic in it before I continue doing what I'm doing. Or if it does, that I have to be sure I don't touch it, because that would be very bad.
Yeah, or kill enemies. There's some enemies that are guaranteed to drop magic, some that are fairly likely to drop magic.
Yeah. Alright, so we need to escape the forest again because we still haven't beaten the Deku Tree. This time we're going to be doing a trick called ledge storage to get out of here. So I need to climb up a ledge and then shield a bomb explosion at a precise time. Last time was a bit too early. This should be okay though. Oh no, that was too late. Alright, let's try again.
They upgraded the security after you dropped the first guard down the infinite hole.
That was still too late. Alright,
There we go.
So this stores the state that Link has when he climbs the ledge, and when you're in this state, you can actually just walk through specific types of actors, which that guard happens to be. So you're able to do that right there. So now we're going to be hessing over to Lake Hylia, because we want to specifically get the Scarecrow song right now. Oh, that's not the right direction. Let's turn around. There we go. So, if we have any donations to read while we're hessing across here, now would be the time.
Yes, we have $100 from Carly and Ryan that says, "This donation is in honor of my wife Carly. I just had to donate during the Ocarina of Time run because Gymnast is my wife's favorite streamer. Gymnast, keep doing what you're doing."
Thank you. don't talk to that owl. Alright, good. The owl text trigger extends around that hole right there. We need to come in here because this Deku Scrub sells us a heart piece for 10 rupees, so just another requirement for the run. Alright, let's see. I'm curious if my Hessing was good enough. If my Hessing was good enough, then there's a Skulltula that I can get here on the Lakeside Laboratory before it turns daytime, which would be really good, because that means that my movement through the overworld was really nice. I can tell if I'm able to based on the position of the moon here. Okay, yeah, that's not going to happen. So I will have to play the Sun Song, unfortunately. If I do Hess over here. Oh, there we go. Alright, so while I drop these bugs, I'm then going to play the Sun Song. I'm going to go get the Skulltula that's on the side of the Lakeside Laboratory, and then I'll come back to the soil right here, because it takes a bit for the bugs to go into the soil and kick out the Gold Skulltula.
It's a variable amount of time, too. Sometimes they really take their time.
Recoil back onto the bridge so we don't fall in the water. This Skulltula. Normally I would do a Hess here, but I did waste a few bombs doing the ledge cancel escape, so I'm just going to backwalk to the Scarecrow Song. Nice. No magic? I think that was magic.
That was magic.
Yeah.
Some very dangerous gardening being done right there.
Let's avoid that. Alright, so we learned our initial Scarecrow Song. Now we're going to be doing a Navi dive to get down to Zora's Domain. Essentially the same technique as a triple slash clip, except instead of putting away my sword, I just mash the Navi button on the touchscreen. And that allows me to fall through the water and get to Zora's Domain without the silver scale. I will actually not be getting the silver scale at all in this run. I will be getting the gold scale, though, eventually. But you're not required to get, like, intermittent upgrades, as long as you get the final one of everything that's required. But I won't be getting the silver gauntlets either, for instance. I'll just be getting the gold gauntlets directly. Alright, so the only thing I'm actually going to be doing here, with this awkward camera angle, is I'm going to be getting a heart piece that you normally get after lighting some of these torches. Alright. And we'll be going back up, and we will be doing the King Zora skip. The King Zora skip is probably the easiest trick in the run. Megahertz over here has not touched this game for a very long time, and if I handed him the 3DS, he would be able to do this trick very easily.
Last time I played this game, I almost quit speedrunning forever.
Yeah, so it's just you know, you line up with a certain part of the screen, you do a triple slash click, and you're through. Alright, so obviously our bottle doesn't have a fish in it, so we can't use that to get into Jabu Jabu. But we do have sticks, and we can use sticks to get into Jabu Jabu. Two-handed weapons in this game are kind of weird. If you do a jump slash with them with your back to a wall, like right up against a wall, you'll actually recoil on it. So right here I can do that recoil to actually get enough speed to just barely clip into the mouth of Jabu. To get inside just like that. Alright, I don't have the slingshot, so I'll have to use a bomb on this first switch. That's okay. Oh, that was a little too late there. It's okay, though. Alright. I do want to be a little bit careful with my bomb count. 10 bombs should be fine, but I'd rather not waste any if I have the opportunity to do so. Hey, here's Ruto.
Second lie of the run, we tell Ruto we found a letter in a bottle. Did no such thing.
We will eventually get her letter in a bottle, but not for like another few hours at least. Alright, so I want to be careful around these things that are actually not called bubbles. They're called shaboms, because that makes sense. But what's dangerous about them is that when they pop, there's a chance that they could drop magic, which, as we explained earlier, is very bad.
And when that first one hit you and it dropped a heart, I almost had a heart attack.
Yeah. I was like, okay, what's this gonna drop? Right. A few more shaboms we have to worry about in this hallway. Oh, that's magic.
That's magic!
Ooh, okay, it went the other way.
It's a good direction for it to fall. So nerve-wracking.
Oh, we got the Mega Flip.
Blessed run.
Yes. That Mega Flip saves absolutely no time, but it does bless the run. Now we're going to see if Rudo makes any weird noises.
One noise is good luck, two noise, bad luck.
Do it.
Hey, very blessed run.
Alright, yes, this room confirms that this run is blessed, so. Alright, so the entire reason we're bringing Rudo with us is to, of course, get the boomerang. We can't, in a fast manner, get the boomerang without Rudo. I believe there is technically a way to get the boomerang without her, still from Jabu Jabu, but it's not very fast, if I remember correctly. Anyway, this is where our Deku Nuts are going to come into play. Use the first one a little early. That's okay, though, because I actually have it. Don't drop magic. Okay. Alright, so now we got the boomerang, which is necessary to beat Baronade. But the boomerang is also useful for getting gold Skulltulas that are high away that Child Link wouldn't normally be able to reach. Also to here. Alright, so there's two Skulltulas that we need to get in this room. This first one we can get by backwalking down this hole and then doing a jump slash. Second one we're going to kill with a bomb up here. That's not the Beery I wanted to kill. Okay. You go away. This will get the Skulltulas in this order. I usually kill at least the Beery that's right next to me because it can cause problems if you don't. Although I did have to be careful because Beeries can also drop magic. I've almost killed one of my runs before to a Beery dropping magic, but thankfully that did not happen. And now that we have the boomerang, we can just use it to hit this switch right here. So now I'm going to be doing a Mega Flip with a bomb to get over this gap, hopefully. Okay, that was a little risky, but it worked.
First try still.
And then here I'm going to be doing a special trick with Zelda's letter that will allow the door to stay open longer than normal if I pull out Zelda's letter on a specific frame. I think I'm too early right now.
This prevents you from needing the box, so you don't have to do the whole sequence with the mini-boss fight.
Yeah. And here we get to see 3DS gyro aiming capabilities. Alright. So yeah, if we aim the boomerang up at a specific angle and then do some side hops. I wanted to get rid of this Beery. Oh, okay, good. No magic. Side hop to get this sketch out. Alright, time for Baronade.
Perfect number of Deku Nuts.
Yeah, so if I do this fight correctly, I'll have, well, no matter what happens, I will have 0 Deku Nuts by the time this fight ends, but 2 Deku Nuts is like the minimum you need for a good fight. Deku Nuts are generally a lot more powerful than people tend to give them credit for. They're useful in a wide number of situations in this game. Alright, so we're not going to throw a bomb, that's not what we wanted to do.
Have a free bomb, Baronade.
Yeah. I'm going to throw the boomerang. And then right here, he's taken us to get rid of those berries, and he's taken us to get rid of those. Alright, so that was good. We got to the third cycle pretty fast. Right there, I damaged on Baronade so that it would come back up quicker and be vulnerable again. Because if you roll into Baronade and either take damage or like get knocked back with damage and instability, Baronade still thinks that you like took damage anyway, and it'll come back up quicker. Alright, we also have our first heart container of the run right here. All bosses in this game, they're in a dungeon. Drop a heart container. Hello, Rudo. Alright, so that's one dungeon down.
Pretty well.
Alright, so even though it was nighttime when we went into Jabu Jabu, watching this cutscene automatically makes it day. This is why we need the Sun Song, so we can change it to nighttime and get the Skulltula that we need to get here before getting Furore's Wind. Because if we wanted to come back at some other time to get the Skulltula, it would be a very long detour for that single Skulltula.
It's actually possible to get a shorter version of this cutscene if you happen to get quick text on all of the text boxes.
Yeah,
right there.
For some reason, if you get quick text specifically on all the text boxes before she gives you the options to choose from, then she'll just instantly start swimming away towards the next part of the cutscene and saves like 3 seconds. Really weird. It's not usually something that happens.
Yeah.
Quick, like, no one has perfect quick text. Alright, now we're going to find some place to stand so we can actually play the Sun Song. One interesting component of the boomerang in this game is that if you throw the boomerang and then you press the boomerang button again while the boomerang's out and away, the boomerang will actually instantly come back to Link, which is very helpful in a number of situations, like when collecting Skulltulas. So when I get this one, I can just press the boomerang button and it instantly comes back to me.
Another nice quality of life change in the remake.
Yeah, so right there we did a recoil and a super swing so we can get over here to this side, which saves a little bit of time, because it's just slightly faster to go this way to the Furore's Wind Fountain. And there's also this Skulltula in the tree. Alright. So now we get to what is arguably the most broken item in the game.
Ooh, so close.
Pull out the Ocarina at the correct time.
Furore's Wind, in a casual playthrough, you probably won't use it very frequently. I mean, in case you get lost in a dungeon, you need to return back to a room or something like that, you might use it, but what Jim's going to do with it is just utterly broken.
I know, I'm going to set Furore's Wind in places and return with it. Very broken.
I'm going to do specifically what this fairy tells you that you cannot do, which is use it outside of dungeons too.
Yeah. So normally, you can only use Furore's Wind inside of dungeons, but Ocarina of Time 3D has this glitch that we call restricted items, and it allows us to use items like Furore's Wind anywhere we want, with no restrictions. Well, the only restriction is we need to have some sort of item that we can use in that area where we want to use the restricted item. And we'll demonstrate that in just a moment here after we do another save warp.
Yeah, in MM3D you had to get a whole camera in order to do restricted items wherever you wanted. In OT3D, something went wrong and you can just do restricted items everywhere.
Yeah, it just has to do with like how they tried to implement the inventory system. Set my equips here. So I'm going to go to the Lost Woods to collect some bugs and also to set Furore's Wind in the Lost Woods. In general, being able to set Furore's Wind anywhere is obviously useful because it cuts out a ton of backtracking that would normally happen. But it's also very useful for a glitch known as wrong warping that we will be seeing in just a few moments after we beat the Deku Tree. And so bugs are in this grass patch over here. I'm actually going to catch 2 sets of bugs. Hey, a bomb drop.
Wow.
Thanks, game.
Not only did you not get magic,
Yeah.
you got bombs.
Alright, so by doing a shield swipe right here, I can actually put a bottle with bugs over my Deku Stick slot, which is useful because I actually have 2 Soil Gold Sculptulas that I want to get in the near future. And the next time I get a stick, my bottle with bugs over the stick slot is going to turn back into sticks. So I can essentially use this bottle and then it'll just kind of go away. So it's temporary, but it's nice because I only have 1 bottle, but I need 2 for both of the Soil Sculptulas. I'm going to use the stick one on this patch right here.
You make restricted items look so easy, but it's, is it a 1 or 2 frame window?
It is a 1 frame window.
Yeah.
So the way that the restricted items glitch works is you have an item that you can't use and an item that you can use on your X and Y buttons. And what you want to do is you want to go into the inventory and swap those 2 items on X and Y. And when you do that, and you come back out of the inventory, the item that you were not able to use suddenly becomes usable for a single frame. And conversely, the item that you were able to use, you're not able to use for a single frame. So the properties of, like, which item you can use get switched for just a single frame there, but that's enough for us to use the item and break the game with it. Alright, so now we're in the Deku Tree, just about the 1 hour mark. We'll start off by getting a few more Deku Nuts. And right here we can skip a Navi-Tex trigger in front of these vines by pulling out a stick right before it, because Link will be temporarily considered to be in a busy state when we pull out the Deku Stick right there. Similarly, I can do a side hop in front of this door and then open it on a specific frame to skip that Navi-Text.
This being the first dungeon in the game, Navi is trying to give you all sorts of helpful hints like how to open doors, how to climb things. But Jim's played this game 1 or 2 times before, so he already has that part figured out.
I think it's pretty good. Like in the MST category of this game, Navi will tell you how to open a door like an hour and 40 minutes into the run. It's like, all right, yeah, gee, thanks for that.
Right, and you are adult Link as well.
Yeah. Okay, so we got the slingshot. I'm going to put the slingshot over Feroy's Wind because I don't need Feroy's Wind right at this moment. Alright, so I also have to pull out a Deku Stick in front of these other vines if I want to fully skip the text.
Oh, no. Well.
Thankfully, those wall sculptulas cannot drop magic, so I don't have to worry about that there.
That's probably because they didn't expect you to have magic at this point.
Yeah, that's true. Alright, so there's one more sculpture I have to get here. Alright, nice. So I got both of those tech skips. I'm gonna do the puzzle to open the door back up first because it's just faster to do it first.
You're closer to the torch at that point.
Yeah. Alright, if I get this Skulltula fast enough, these platforms are on a timer, but if I can kill the Skulltula and immediately get back over, I can actually make it on the platforms to jump back up before they go down. So it's very nice. Saves like 2 seconds.
Nicely done.
Stun that Skulltula so it doesn't attack us here. For this next gold Skulltula, we're going to be jump slashing down the vines here to kill it, and then using the boomerang to get the token. And for the Skulltula over here, is kind of the same thing, except to use the slingshot instead. Alright, so now I'm going to use a bomb to jump up to this level. Oh, I guess my positioning was bad. Oh yeah, my positioning was really bad. What the heck? Alright, let's try that again. There we go. Okay. Nice. Oh, okay. Good web. Okay, into the crawl space. There we go.
Oh, there's no Navi text for that web. That's nice.
Yeah.
The second web, Navi assumes you know what's going on at that point.
Alright, so even though this is the Deku Tree and you're not expected to have like bombs or the boomerang yet, you can actually only get this Skulltula normally with bombs and the boomerang.
Some planned backtracking in this game.
Yeah. Oh, that's a stick. Alright, so now we're going to save warp. So now all that there's left to do in the Deku Tree is to beat Goma. So let's go and do that. So to do the basement 1 skip again, I'm going to attempt to do a mega side hop here. If I do it correctly, I'll actually be able to break the second web with fall velocity. Yep, just like that.
Nice.
like look at the scrubs, even if he's not targeting at them, which changes where his shield orientation is, which can be a little bit annoying, just like we saw back there.
How did you know our secret?
Most shared secret in all of Zelda games? Okay, this ominous door closes behind us, and now the parasitic queen is on the ceiling. Alright, so this boss fight is basically a joke. It's going to be over in less than 10 seconds, so we're just going to stun the eye, and then do a Deku Stick Jump Slash, and then she's dead. So right there at the beginning of the fight, when I did the Jump Slash with the Deku Stick, I actually did what's known as the Deku Stick glitch. Or, excuse me, the broken Deku Stick glitch. So even though the Deku Stick's broken, I can still use it as many times as I want if it hits certain like types of hitboxes as it breaks.
And you have one more at least in your inventory.
Yes. Alright, so now I'm going to attempt to use restricted items again as I go into this blue warp. And when I do this, I can return to Furore's Wind as the blue warp is attempting to take me away.
So we're gonna go back to the forest, right?
Oh. Now we're at the Desert Colossus, which is just a little ways away from the Lost Woods. You know, take 2 rights and then a left and you're there. So what we just did right there is a Furore's Wind, or excuse me, a restricted items Furore's Wind wrong warp.
In addition to being a mouthful, is a frame-perfect trick after a 4-frame window to open the item menu to set up the restricted items.
Yeah, so when we're side-hopping into the blue warp back there, we need to be close enough to the ground for the restricted items to actually work. If we're too high in the air, then Link won't use Furore's Wind when he touches back down. So the way this entire wrong warp process works is that when you enter a blue warp for the first time, the game will attempt to add an offset to the area that it takes you in so that it shows you the cutscene that's normally supposed to take place after the dungeon. And obviously you only want the cutscene to happen once, so that only happens the first time that you enter the blue warp in a dungeon. Because obviously you don't want to, or the developers did not want you, you know, collecting the Goron's Ruby twice, or at least making it look that way. So what instead we did is we kind of like hijacked the system, and instead of the game putting us out towards the Kokiri Forest like it normally would have after Deku Tree, we actually used Furore's Wind and said, no, we're going to go back to Lost Woods instead. So the game added that offset that it would normally add to Kokiri Forest to the Lost Woods. And it just so happens that when it adds those together, it gets the Desert Colossus. Also, we're going to be doing some timeline breaking now, because we have young Link meeting Sheik.
Yeah, I definitely thought Sheik was Zelda, but we saw Zelda like...
Yeah, Zelda wasn't this tall.
45 minutes ago.
Well, she's teaching us good music, so could probably trust her. Alright, so learning the Requiem of Spirit obviously is a requirement for 100%, and it's very useful because it's a warp song. So whenever we want to come back to Spirit Temple, we just play the Requiem of Spirit and we're here.
Also funny, because this is supposed to be the one time you see the owl as adult Link, but you're still child Link, so it's not as impactful that you see the owl here.
Yeah. It's also convenient that we come here as child first, because we do need to use, or as you just saw, we needed to use the bugs on that soil to get the soil Skulltula. Alright, now we're going to backwalk all the way across the Desert Colossus. And then we're going to backwalk through half of the wasteland. I'm not going to Hess because my bomb count's kind of low, and because I would not be able to successfully do that Hess. While I can do Hesses and I can do what are known as angle changes in Hesses to change my direction, I'm not consistent enough at it to comfortably get through the wasteland with it. So I will just be back walking and rolling. But thankfully, it's pretty easy to see where I need to go because there's certain visual cues that I can use both on the ground and like in the distance.
Sure, it's pretty easy. Looks like magic though, Reverse Wasteland, if you've never done it before.
Yeah, and the entire reason we're coming back here is not to get to Gerudo Fortress or anything, but it's to get this one lone Skulltula here. And not Bonk Bear, that's not what we want.
Bonk's just for fun.
Okay, so now we're going to use Ferori's Wind again. This is actually going to take us back to the Lost Woods, because while we did return Ferori's Wind for the wrong warp, we didn't actually come out of this point in the Lost Woods, so it still existed, which is why we're able to come back here. And this is very convenient, because we want to go to Dodongo's Cavern next. Okay, good, no magic. And one more bottle with bugs for another Soil Gold Skulltula that's in front of Dodongo's Cavern. Although, before we go there, we're going to get Heart Piece, a Skulltula, and a Bomb Bag upgrade, because we're kind of low on bombs. Hopefully that works. And we go into first-person mode after I throw that bomb. And for some reason, if you go into first-person mode while the urn is spinning around, the cutscene will end sooner. I'm not entirely sure why that happens, but that's useful. So we do it.
Pretty weird.
Alright. So the heart piece did jump out of the urn, but obviously the cutscene ended before we actually saw that, so. Now we got the bigger bomb bag, which conveniently refills our bombs. And I get the heart piece. Alright, there's still one Skulltula here in Goron City that we want to get. It's behind the boulders in the boulder maze room over here. So I do actually want to take damage right now, so it's nice that that bomb gave me some damage. I'm going to attempt to throw some bombs into this maze to preemptively blow up the boulders, which was pretty good, so now I just got to blow up this last one.
And damage yourself perfectly as well.
Unfortunately, you can't get damaged by that Skulltula. It would be really nice, but it doesn't quite work out, because you're in the rolling animation and you get roll invincibility. Alright, so now we're basically just going to be making our way to Kakariko Village, so if we have any donations that we want to read, now would be the time to do so.
Yeah, I got a couple donations here. So I have a $30 donation from PJ Tom that says, "Hey Jim, let's get everything first try this run like always. I stayed up all night for this and I'm planning on staying awake till the end. Hope it goes well and also good luck for me."
Thank you very much for the good luck, Tom, and thank you for watching today.
I also have $75 from Nerds with Game. It says, "Here's my donation I promise. Jim, it's your turn. I'll make another $100 donation. Except I'll take $5 off per RA. WWCS skip and $2 per failed hookshot jump with hookshot on X. Good luck with the run and don't die on Ganon. Put this towards Jim's choice."
My choice. What is there?
Give me just a sec.
What's the next incentive goal that's coming up?
Looks like we have Silent Hill Homecoming Costume Bid War.
Which costume is in second place?
So Boogeyman Alex is in first. Nurse Alex is $20 behind.
Alright, put it towards
Nurse Alex, yep.
I'm gonna take some damage here. Oh, come on. I want to be at some amount of hearts and a half amount of health, so 1.5 here fits the bill.
Is that Tektite Shaggy or is that Scooby? I forget.
I believe that is Scooby. We did nickname 2 of the Tektites on Death Mountain Trail because they're used for a different trick in a different category of this game.
Yeah, imaginary 80% run by no one.
Alright, so we placed Ferori's Wind in Kakariko Village. That's the next location that we want to wrong warp to. And we're going to use that with the Dodongo's Cavern Blue Warp. But first, I have to die again. So let's get ready to die here. Oh no, I pulled out a bomb. It's going to explode.
That seems very risky. Why would you do that?
Oh, we died again. I'm so sorry, guys. No, this run is awful. I just keep dying everywhere. Anyway, what that's supposed to do is pressing down on that switch is a temporary flag. So by dying on the switch, the game says, oh, the switch is pressed down. Well, if it's pressed down, then the block must be there. So it's actually just going to put the block there. And we go back, and it skips us having to go around the entirety of this like last part of the dungeon.
If the game were a person, would you say that that person was confused by you dying on the switch?
I think that's a pretty fair assessment, yeah. Pretty sure there was a lot of confusion that went on there. I don't know, Megahertz, do you think that games can get confused?
That's a really interesting question.
Well, I'll have to ponder that when I get home.
Yeah.
Alright, so here's Big Beast King Dodongo. Unfortunately, also not a very interesting boss fight. It's basically just how you're supposed to normally defeat him. Throw the bomb into the mouth, and stun, jump slash, repeat 2 more times, and then it'll be dead. One more time. You could save bombs if you wanted to by using bomb flowers, but like, honestly, due to a trick we're doing later, our bomb count really doesn't matter right now. As long as we don't waste like 10 bombs, we'll be fine.
The most fun you can really have in this fight is doing it as Adult Link, because you don't even have to throw the bombs, you just sort of place them in King Dodongo's mouth.
Yeah. The fastest way to do this fight is as Adult with bigger on sword, because the fight's just a single cycle then, I believe.
Right, but routing-wise, it just makes sense to do it now as Child.
Yeah, these wrong warps that we do are way too powerful to be done late into the run. Right. Just like before with Goma, I'm going to safety save before I do this one, just in case I fail it, so I don't have to completely reset the run to do it again. Okay, so we'll line up here.
Nice.
Alright, looks good. Alright.
Wow, 2 for 2. Way to go.
2 for 2. And return.
So we're going to Kakariko Village, right?
Yes, except we're going to be activating a very special cutscene with our old friend Sheik. He's so happy to see us.
You know, people keep telling me that Sheik is Zelda, but I really don't believe it at this point.
Yeah, considering how much we're meeting Sheik as Child Link right here, I see certain flaws in this theory, mainly relating to Zelda's height as a person.
Yeah, what is that, like a game theory or something? I don't know.
Maybe.
Seems unreasonable.
Anyway, our old friend Sheik is here to teach us the Nocturne of Shadow, which is also a very useful song to learn, because this gives us a way of easily getting into Shadow Temple if we want to. Alright, so now we have the Zora's Sapphire, the Goron's Ruby, and the Kokiri's Emerald. So we are set to go for getting the Ocarina of Time, being able to become adults. We do have a way of skipping the Door of Time in this game, but when we do it for the first time, the method that we use to do it is actually something that only ever works once, so we can't do it again with that initial method once we've done it. There are other ways that we can skip the Door of Time to get back again when we're already an adult, but unfortunately they're too slow to set up with the route to actually make it worth it for 100%.
The Door of Time skip relies on a cutscene that you can only watch once, unfortunately.
There was actually a recent discovery that might end up making it worth it in the near future, so I don't know, it could be implemented into the route soon.
So you're saying more hundo after this?
Oh yes, definitely.
Good.
Alright, so now we have lots of cutscenes coming up. The cutscenes here are going to last for a very long time. We're going to go through this cutscene where Zelda throws the ocarina. We're going to go through the cutscene of after we get the ocarina. Then we're going to go through the cutscene of getting Din's Fire. Then we're going to go through the cutscene of opening the Door of Time. Then we're going to go through the cutscene of the Master Sword. And then we'll finally get to do some real stuff again. So do you have any donations for us?
Yeah, a couple. So I have $10 from Dark Nick Gen. Says, hey Jim, great to see you collecting all things real fast at Calithon. Have fun and good luck. May the fish treat you well.
Thank you.
We also had $5 from Mopey Mentella that says, from Nat, hope this run goes well. The crew is here watching. Go, Jim, go.
Thank you very much, guys.
We also had $50 from Mopey Mentella right before that that said, hey, Jim, I always enjoy watching your runs every week. Good luck on the run.
Thank you very much.
Also had $10 from, it looks like, Alarion1 that says, is that a world record holder? Donating for this wonderful cause, for Jim being a wonderful human being, and for his chat making me feel very much at home in my lonely college life. Remember to stay hydrated, and let's get that randomizer.
Yes, I forgot about that. We do have to stay hydrated.
Oh, yeah.
So everyone, please be sure to stay hydrated.
Water's gone. Okay.
All right. Thank you for reminding me.
What do you think Ganon calls his horse?
Oh. I'm gonna guess he calls it Twinkle-Shine.
Yeah, I think so.
That seems like a good name for a Ganondorf horse.
Oh, Twinkle-Shine. Catch Zelda.
Alright. One cutscene down. More to go. Alright, so since we have lots of cutscenes happening right here, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell a short story about my attempt at transport to to Calithon these past few days. So originally, I wanted to arrive here at Calithon by plane flight, and I was going to get here at about 4 p.m. yesterday, which I did, but my journey to catch my plane flight was rather interesting. So I had 2 plane flights that I had to go through a connection, because Santa Barbara Airport, where Calithon's taking place, is not that big. So because of that, I had to get the connecting flights. But my first flight got canceled entirely, for what could have been a myriad of reasons. But what ended up happening is I found these really 2 nice ladies, Nadia and Rebecca, who split an Uber with me so that we could take the multi-hour drive to the connecting airport we were going to so that we could get our flights at that connecting airport, because they were on the canceled flight also. So I'd just like to give huge shout-outs to Nadia and Rebecca for coming together so we could split that multi-hour Uber drive all the way up to that other airport. And I'd also like to shout out Sergio, our Uber driver. Thank you very much, Sergio.
5 stars for Sergio. Everybody in the Tucson area.
Alright, so... more skill show that we're getting. There's actually multiple times you could get this skill show without losing time, but just choose to get it now.
That one your favorite time?
So now we're going to the markets. Wait, hold on. I actually forgot to set Roy's Wind. Let me go back and do that. It's kind of important. Okay. So using the bottle, I can do restricted items here. I still have to get rid of the previous warp point because it's still setting Kakariko Village that I never used. Alright, now let's go get Din's Fire. So by setting Roy's Wind there, I can just cut out the backtracking of coming back out here to Hyrule Castle after getting Din's Fire.
Yeah, so just a nice use of Ferris Wind everywhere that doesn't involve completely breaking the game.
Yeah. So Din's Fire, pretty useful, not as useful as Ferroy's Wind is, but Still pretty nice. Required for a number of different things. And also has some pretty cool glitches to go with it, which we will be seeing later as Adult Link.
Yeah, it's actually less useful for its fire and more useful for something else, which I will not spoil, because it's pretty neat.
Got Din's Fire.
Also nice to get the magic refill here.
Yes, since we can't collect magic drops, we have to rely on getting different fairy rewards to refill our magic meter, which thankfully works out well on the route. We don't have to go out of our way to get any more.
Right, we want Inspire now anyway.
The Temple of Time. Have any more donations, we can rattle those off now.
Alright, I got $5 from Pidgeling that says, "Hey Jim, your voice is too soothing, and even though it's early, I'm getting my fish vibes now before I fall asleep. Good luck with the rest of the run, and remember to stay hydrated."
Thank you very much. Almost done with these cutscenes. This point in the run is just on my splits. I have a split at the end of Dodongo's Cavern and a split at Master Sword, which is about a 10-minute long split. But just due to the fact that it's all cutscenes, I'm usually only a few seconds off of my best. Maybe a little bit more if I missed the restricted items a few times.
It's actually that legendary blade.
It is actually that legendary blade. The wrong direction. Yeah, here's the legendary blade. Let's just ignore it.
Well, I mean, turns out that was actually the right idea, but
Yeah.
oops.
Whoops. It's okay. We'll save the world in a few hours anyway. Well, sort of. We're gonna skip saving the world and just go to the party. Yeah, so just to reiterate, we can do Door of Time skip in this game, but it's kind of complicated to set up if you want to do it more than once. So because of that, it's not worth it to do in the 100% speedrun. At least not at this moment. If we figure out a faster way to set it up in the future, then it might end up being worth it, potentially.
Since we have some time here, you want to do some wild speculation on what sort of things might change around if a Door of Time skip were found?
I mean, yeah, if Door of Time skip, well, if it were implemented,
Right.
I'm not actually sure how much of the initial child segment we'd do. I imagine we wouldn't do very much of it. We'd probably do Deku Tree and Dodongo's Cavern as Adult Link, because those dungeons are significantly faster as Adult Link. Although there is that one Sculpture you have to get as Child Link in Deku Tree, unless you can somehow skip the crawl space.
Right.
So, I don't know. As far as routing for this game goes, I'm not the most knowledgeable. There are definitely people in the community who know more about what it takes to route this game than I do. Also, even though this is a cutscene, I still kind of have to be paying attention to make sure I can get all the quick text. Although sometimes it doesn't matter right there. Even though we got all the quick text, the camera was still panning out by the time we were done, so we had to wait anyway, despite getting all the quick text.
We hopefully should not see very many of these medallion cutscenes.
Hopefully not, yeah.
They're the only little piece of... I guess this is a cheese wheel that we're picking up here.
Something like that. we're almost done with this giant horde of cutscenes, then we can get on to more interesting things. One nice thing about going adults is that we automatically get equipped with our Hylian shields. We don't have to equip it in our inventory. Wait a minute.
Sheik, why are you being so mysterious? We've already seen you a few times already.
Has not aged at all, whereas we've aged 7 years. I call conspiracy.
Did you get all that? All the
Yeah.
dungeon locations. Hope you were taking notes.
Yep. Alright, so now, since we actually have some warp songs, we're just going to play the Nocturne of Shadow and warp straight away to Shadow Temple. So this is why getting the warp songs as Child Link is nice, because A, it skips the cutscenes at the end of the dungeons that we beat, and B, it gives us these nice warp songs that we can immediately put to use once we become Adult Link. So we're coming to Shadow Temple purely to get the hover boots. The hover boots are a very broken item that we want, and we will be coming back to finish the rest of Shadow Temple later. We don't have the hook shot though right now. We're going to get it right after the hover boots, actually. So to cross the first gap in the Shadow Temple, we're actually going to be doing a mega flip, similar to the one that we did in Jabu Jabu's belly to skip the Big Octo. Alright, very nice. Backflip through that text, just to get a little extra distance. I'll be attempting to jump slash through these walls while the text is up, just so we get more extra distance, get a damage drop. Alright, so in this room up here, this is the Dead Hand room. I will be safety saving here because the Dead Hand does have a guaranteed magic drop.
Ooh, okay.
Thanks, Navi. But yeah, so just to be safe, since it is a guaranteed magic drop, and I obviously don't want magic, safety saving is imperative right here. Oh, I got caught. Get off. Come on. Okay.
Oof, yeah. Magic was coming for you.
Yeah. So now we have the hover boots. So one very important change that was made between this game and the original is that the hover boots are now an inventory item that you actually equip on X, Y, 1, or 2. So they're not like considered to be a piece of equipment in the inventory like the tunics, the shields, and the swords are. And so because of that, there's actually like this little extra hopping animation that they put on both the hover boots and the iron boots when you put either of them on. And we will see later that this little hopping animation is actually put to great use. But first, we must go get the hook shot, because the hook shot is also a very important item to have. And so we can get damage right there while we pull out the grave to skip having to go through the entire animation of pulling it out. And now it's time for Dampe again. Oop. Avoid the fire. Obviously we don't want to get hit. Everyone in chat should also place their bets right now as to what you think my final time on this Dampe run is going to be. I'm going to take out the sword right here so that I can do a slightly faster strategy for climbing up this ledge. Instead of having to actually climb up it, I can just do that jump slash right there. Alright, 46. That's usually about what I get if I get hit by a single instance of fire.
Dampe as rude in death as he was in life.
Yes. Dampe still has one more reward to give us, though, which is a heart piece. So I'm going to void out using, or by, like, getting crushed by that door, essentially. So now I can race him again, so not get hit by that. Dampe really wanted me to jump into that fire.
Yeah, seriously.
When Dampe is going down here, he shoots at fire. Sometimes it's so high that you can actually just roll under it as it comes down.
Overall, though, Dampe, pretty nice today.
Yeah. Third try heart piece. Only got hit by fire once. 44 on the second one. I'd say that's pretty good. Now we get our heart piece, and we can get out of here. Alright, so there's another heart piece in here in the windmill that we want to get. And there's also the Song of Storms. Song of Storms is used for a number of things in the run. Not going to be used for a little while, though, but because we're here right now, we just get it. Okay, so now we're going to be starting the Biggoron Sword trading quest, because we do need the Biggoron Sword in our inventory to complete the run. So we will be looking to the lovely Anju right here. I think that's her name still in this game. Good lady. We got the pocket egg. Eventually we'll have to hatch it into the pocket cocoa. Alright, so now in this room I'm going to set Ferori's Wind again, because we will be doing some more wrong warping coming up soon. Except this is going to be a different type of wrong warping, because this game does have multiple types of wrong warping. This is not going to be the type of wrong warping that uses a blue warp. Instead, this is going to be the type of wrong warping that uses a grotto. So there's a grotto right here, but first I do have to damage down quite a bit. So thankfully in this grotto, there's some redeads that I can use to take lots of damage.
Free hugs.
Yeah, free hugs. Alright, down to our regular heart. Once we get out of the grotto, I need to open it up again by pulling out another bomb. Alright, so now I'm going to want to die into the grotto right here, and I'm going to do that by jump slashing into a bomb explosion. I'm going to save just for safety, and then we're just going to quit the game. Now, because we were over the grotto, the game didn't really quit. We're still playing on our file, but we're in this special mode that we call Death Hole Wrong Warping mode. And so the first thing we're going to do before I do any wrong warping is I'm actually going to damage myself down to a half a heart. Even though I can't see my health, I know that I have 3 hearts.
I mean, you kind of wrong, because you were definitely not in the same grotto that you entered when you died.
But when I return Ferori's Wind, this clearly is not where we just were, inside the Kakariko house.
Sounds familiar, though.
Yes, you can tell where we are by the music. But for right now, we're going to do a save quit, and this is going to exit Death Hole Wrong Warp mode. So when you're in the Death Hole Wrong Warp mode, you're technically considered to be on the title screen, which will add a value to any loading zone that you go into. So when we returned Ferori's Wind, we got the value added to the inside of the house in Kakariko that we were in, and this happened to lead us into Jabu Jabu's belly, which we then save warped in to exit the Death Hole Wrong Warp mode and then go out, because the next dungeon we're going to be doing is Ice Cavern. There are some Skulltulas we need to get though first, so we're going to be doing another ledge cancel here. That was too early. Thankfully we have lots of bombs for this, and it's not very much of an issue. We don't get it first try. Alright, there we go. The reason we do ledge cancel here is so that we can get inside a silver rock that would normally require gold gauntlets to get through. But obviously we don't have the gold gauntlets right now, so that's not a viable option. I want to make sure I just do dry rolls into it. Alright.
Accidentally enter the fairy fountain.
Yeah. And then I'll be equipping my hover boots and hookshot right here, and we're going to be doing a glitch called a hookshot jump. Whee! Alright. So that hookshot jump right there, it exists in both the original and 3DS versions of the game, but it's much more accessible in the 3D version due to the small hopping animation that I mentioned earlier with the hover boots. That hopping animation is what allows that to be very easily accessible in this game. Because what it essentially does is it interrupts the hookshot making contact with a hookshotable wall or ground or source of any kind. And so the game then sort of, it allows you to keep the vertical momentum that the hookshot pulling you up would have normally given you. Which is why we then launched really high up into the air. So if I'm good, I will be doing another hookshot jump right here off of this freezer to skip fighting all these freezers. Okay. I think I let go of the target too early. That's okay, though. Just gonna do a safety save, because these freezers can potentially drop magic, which obviously we don't want. Thankfully, none of them drop magic.
Yeah, wow. Pretty lucky.
So just skill pillows. We're going to be using the hover boots here, because normally you wouldn't have the hover boots at this point, but we can use them to get behind this red ice without any blue fire into a room that has blue fire. And now here we're going to be doing some very interesting tricks. So first I'm just going to catch blue fire normally, and then I'm going to do the same shield swiping trick that I did earlier with the bugs as childs to put a bottle with blue fire my sticks slot in the inventory. So now we have another bottle with blue fire. And then I'm going to shield swipe with that bottle of blue fire, which will sort of allow me to use this bottle of blue fire twice, which is kind of weird. So I'm going to dump out my blue fire. I'm also going to randomly get 20 bombs now due to a glitch known as YBA. But you'll notice that I didn't actually lose the blue fire from my inventory, because I still have it on both slots. And I'll be able to use the second iteration once I pause the game and do some equips. So the bottle that we just used blue fire in is actually the bottom one, but I'm going to use the bottom bottle again, and it's just going to dump blue fire a second time. Now this room is also pretty cool. We've got more hover boots tricks that we can do. Also make sure that we don't get hit by that keys, because the ice keys are very annoying. Oh well, okay. Oh, that didn't work. Probably needed just a little bit more momentum before I put on the hover boots. There we go.
Nice.
So this obviously skips having to push around the giant ice block, which is pretty nice. You can also do this jump without the hover boots, but I personally prefer to use the hover boots method.
Also just looks cooler.
This one's trickier because the little platform is smaller. Alright, now we're going to catch 2 more instances of blue fire. One to use to get to the Iron Boots room, and one to use on King Zora to get the Zora tunic. Also going to collect all the rest of the silver rupees. Uh-oh, we have an angry Keese after us. Okay. Then do a precise jump to get up here to this platform. Alright, nice. So we, again, don't have to worry about pushing the block. And just avoid all these freezers. And use the blue fire here. Now, the white Wolfos that's coming up in this room is just like any other Wolfos, so if we can just attack it on its backside, it's going to instantly die. So we can stun it and then just go around and do an attack. And he's dead.
Nice.
Alright, so it is possible to skip the Serenade of Water cutscene, which plays after we get the Iron Boots here. It's not really worth it to do it, since it's a frame-perfect trick that if you fail is very costly. Or I guess it depends on how you fail it, but it can be very costly if you fail it in the wrong way. And we also have 8 hearts right now, and damaging down from 8 hearts in the ice cavern would be, like, just a nightmare. Doing it optimally, I believe it only ends up saving about 20 seconds, which is not really considered worth it for us at the current moment.
Right, because if you failed it in the costly way, you'd have to get all the way back to that chest.
Yeah. I guess as safety, you could set Furore's Wind in this room to then come back. Or no, well, actually you can't because that would mess up the magic route.
I was gonna say you might run out of magic.
Yeah, because again, we're not allowed to collect magic drops yet. Not until we get to that one special magic drop that we need to collect to save 8 minutes of time. Alright, so now we're going to save warp though, because we're done here in Ice Cavern, we got everything. Maps and compasses in dungeons are not required for 100% by the definition. Because the map screen is not considered to be part of the inventory screen, I believe. Now that we have the iron boots, though, we can use them to get the heart piece at the bottom of Zora's Fountain here. We have a minute of air left, but I think we'll be okay. So now we're just gonna go to King Zora and get the Zora tunic. Although we didn't move King Zora over, so he's still going to be in the center of the walkway here. Thankfully, there's a way we can get around this. See if you can see what exactly isn't correct here after I drop this blue fire. Yeah, so there's a period of time where his collision just kind of disappears after you unfreeze him. And thankfully, we can use that to our advantage to get past him and get our Zora tunic. Which is the best tunic, by the way.
Objectively, the best tunic.
Now we can go to Zora's River and get some more Skulltulas. I want to be pretty quick with my movement here, because I do want to make it to a specific grotto before it turns daytime. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. Just a quick shot on this ladder to get up here. And get this one last Skulltula. The reason I want to go into this grotto is because I want to get a fish. It's going to be used for sort of interrupting a specific cutscene later.
A very important fish.
Alright, now we're going to use Furore's Wind here, and then we're going to use it again right after we cast it, because it's actually set now at the entrance to Zora's River from Zora's Domain. So by returning to it, we can get back behind this waterfall, which is nice because we want to go to the Lost Woods next. And there just so happens to be a connection to the Lost Woods from down here. And, alright, nice. So we got into the Lost Woods before it turned daytime. That's good. That means that there are still the Skulltulas here that appear at nighttime that we want. Now we play Saria's song to get past Mido, and we'll go get our 2 Skulltulas that we need.
Obviously, we have Saria's song because this is a 100% run, but is there a Mido skip in OG3D?
Yes, there is. The only one that I can think of off the top of my head takes a while, but it would technically work. So that's the first one. We are now out of magic, so the only way we can restore our magic without collecting a magic drop is by going to a Great Fairy, which thankfully we will go to before we need to use magic again. Alright. Sacred Forest Meadow as adults. Hopefully this goes okay. So first I'm going to do a tricky little jump right here to get up onto this wall right here. Now, the minuet cutscene is over here, but I also don't want to forget this scapula. And so we want to skip the minuet cutscene. Now, the fastest way to skip the minuet cutscene is with a very precise hookshot jump, which is what we'll be doing, hopefully. First, I have to activate this cutscene, though, otherwise I'll activate it mid-hookshot jump, and that won't do anything. This hookshot jump is a monster compared to the other ones that we previously saw. We go really high with this one. If I can do the timing correctly.
Really glad they added that cutscene of the moblin. Very important cutscene.
Yes. Alright, so up we go. I'm going to start going down. I want to make sure I avoid the tunnel. Okay. Now we just want to go back until we hit the trigger. And... Alright, very nice.
Nice.
So we saw the camera change right there. That means that we do have the minuet now. Thank you for your clapping. Alright, and we can conveniently get back to Kokiri Forest very fast by just getting lost in the Lost Woods. Because there is one Skulltula here that we want to get as a donor. And we also want to damage down now for another cutscene skip that we want to do. We can damage down for the minuet cutscene skip, but that is very slow, so I don't want to end up doing that. Alright, now we're going to play the Sun Song again. And this is going to warp us back to the beginning of the Kokiri Forest, and it's going to set it to daytime so that our pocket egg hatches. And this is convenient since we want to go to Goron City next.
I have time for a couple donations.
Yeah, we're just going to go through some text here.
Cool. So I have $10 from the Sharkopath. We also have $5 from Anonymous that says, "Hey Jim, discovered your speedruns a month ago and I've... hold on. Discovered your speedruns a month ago and I've been hooked ever since. Love all that you do. Good luck on the run."
Thank you.
I also have $5 from Anonymous that says, "Oh, almost forgot to mention. This is towards that Wind Waker randomizer incentive. We better get that goal."
We better. Remember, guys, $15,000 by noon tomorrow. And I will do a Wind Waker randomizer showcase for everyone. Oh, I didn't get hit by the explosion. If I got hit by the explosion, that would have canceled the pulling animation. Which would have saved a few seconds, but it's okay.
Yeah, that was interesting.
And I need to take more damage. Alright, so this is the Bolero cutscene skip. It's very easy, just shield the bomb explosion and you'll die into the trigger. The camera doesn't pan around like it would for the cutscene in the 3DS version, but we still skip the cutscene. It's just that they changed how the camera works. Alright, now we're going to do a Hess into the double magic fairy fountain so we can restore our magic. And we have to do a Hess here because normally getting in here requires the Megaton Hammer. But with a Hess we can just squeeze in between the rock and that wall and get through. So now we can get a magic refill, thankfully.
And the double magic means that we're going to run out of magic less quickly as well.
Yes, the double magic will give us enough magic until we can do the trick that we want to do in about 45 minutes. So the only fairy upgrades we have left now are Double Defense and Nehru's Love, which we'll be getting much later.
The most useful of fairy rewards, both of them.
Alright, so now that our magic meter has been enhanced, we're going to be playing the Minuet of the Forest and continue on to Forest Temple.
Just just in case you doubted that he actually got the minuet when he
Yeah.
did that.
And we wanted to get magic before we went back into Forest Temple, because we will be using magic a bunch in here. They also added this nice cutscene in Forest Temple to show you that a small key exists up at the top here, because apparently that's something that a lot of people missed casually in that chest on the left. We're actually not going to be getting that small key, though, because it's not necessary. We will be hookshot jumping up here, though, so that we can get the gold sculpture that's on the wall over here. Okay, and I'm going to put my fish my Y button. I'm going to equip the Zora Tunic, and I'm going to save, because there's a precise trick coming up here, the cutscene interrupt that I was talking about. And if I fail this, I would really like to retry it again, but hopefully we'll get it this first time. That is really early. Okay, that's good. Oops, hello. There you go.
Don't look.
Don't look at that folder.
Don't look at this trick. Don't look what he's doing with this fish. Don't worry.
Okay, hopefully this works. I think it should. What? Okay, that's the ocarina. I'm gonna have to reset now. I don't know. Okay, I must have been touching the bottom screen somehow, but I didn't feel like I was doing that, so that was very weird.
Wow, yeah.
To my knowledge, I was just holding the Y button, but somehow we took out the ocarina.
Very hard to accidentally take out the ocarina in this
It's
game.
a touchscreen button. That's okay, though. That's why we save. There we go. Let's try this again. Touchscreen frame for pulling out the bottle.
So there's a slight delay on touchscreen inputs, about a extra frame.
And this is the touchscreen frame also. Alright, there we go.
So if you are buffering and you are 2 frames early, you can use the touchscreen to buffer that input so you're on the correct frame.
Alright, so using that cutscene interrupt, we can get to this elevator before it goes down, because there's one Skulltula down here that we want to be able to get.
Effectively skipping the entire ghost sequence of the Forest Temple.
Yes. Now we want Ferori's Wind. We're going to be setting a Ferori's Wind warp point. No restricted items this time, because this is in a dungeon. Because we will want to come back here. We're actually not going to complete the Forest Temple on our first journey here. We're just going to do everything up until getting the bow, pretty much. Less bonking, hopefully, in the future. Alright, so this is our first Stalfos fight. Hopefully the Stalfos are nice. Alright, that was very good.
By nice, he actually means aggressive. When they jump at you like that, they're much easier to hit.
Yeah. Alright, that was alright, I'd say.
Very reasonable.
Okay, so that small key we do have to get. Because if we did not get that small key and fight those Stalfos, then we wouldn't actually be able to get the bow. So that's why we got that small key and not the small key in the first room.
Right. He just needs the one key, but in order for the bow Stalfos mini-boss fight to happen, you have to have fought those 2 Stalfos on the lower floor there.
Alright, so after ledge clipping through that block right there, we're going to be doing some more hookshot jumps over here. Whee!
Now the shenanigans really begin.
Yeah, this is where Din's Fire becomes very useful. Before we do stuff with Din's Fire, though, there's one more sculpture that we have to get over here. Alright. So what I'm setting up for right here is known as the Din's Fire actor trick. It would help if I actually used Din's Fire, though, so let's try that again.
What are the namesake of the trick?
Okay, I'm looking for a specific frame of the bomb right here. That's not the frame. That's a frame too late, so we'll try this again. all these weird actions that I'm doing are essentially in an attempt to interrupt Link opening the door, which only works if I press A on a specific frame of the bomb explosion. Not getting. Alright, I need 2 more frames after this. Alright, nice.
Perfect.
So this is the good frame that we want. We hold A, and Link opens the door and then gets interrupted by it. So now these rooms are only like partially loaded each. I load this room slightly more by jumping into the water here, and this is what allows me to skip the small key. Because up here, with the other room that's loaded, there's a locked door that you normally need a small key to get into. So this skips the entire block pushing sequence, and then I can just kind of phase through that door without actually using the small key that I have.
And there's slight graphical glitch in this room with that half not being lit, but so it saves a whole key, and the block pushing sequence is really slow.
Do not like it when he does that over the hole. Alright, now there's no hole though, so...
Yeah, that stuff also has some really nice hover boots. Just sort of walks right over that giant hole in the ground.
Yeah. Alright, those are pretty good Stealthos fights, I'd
Yeah.
say.
That's the first instance of Stalfos that can regenerate if you take too long killing its pair. But,
That's not usually something I've ever had to worry
yeah,
about.
speedrunners almost never have that happen to them.
Alright, so we have the bow. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to play the Serenade because we want to actually go do Water Temple now. And then eventually we'll be coming back to the Forest Temple with the Furore's Wind Point that we set. But before we go to the Water Temple, there's a few things we have to do here in Lake Hylia as an adult.
Ooh.
First one is we're going to be doing a Mega Flip into hopefully what is known as a West. To the other side of Lake Hylia over here. So that we can finish learning the Scarecrow song. Alright.
WES stands for Water ESS.
Yes.
Water Extended Super Slide.
I'm also going to equip bow and my iron boots. So hookshot jumps work with both the iron boots and hover boots because each of the boots has the specific animation that's necessary to interrupt the hookshot. Now I'm going to be getting the lab skull as well as the lab heart piece. I can do a trick right here to make the game think that I dove all the way to the bottom, since it only checks how far down I am without the iron boots, I believe. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but that would be my best guess. Yeah, so now the scientist thinks I dove all the way down there and gives me the heart piece.
We'll be getting the gold scale, but it's just easier to do it that way, and faster.
Alright, now that we have the Scarecrow song, we're going to use it to get this heart piece up here. Hopefully we will not get owned by the Gwei. There's that flying Gwei up there which can ruin your day. Okay, he's probably going to come down now. Yep, there he is. I'm actually going to be careful here.
Yeah.
Okay, no magic. Yeah, so the Gwei can go up. The Gwei can drop magic, which obviously is not very good. Alright. But thankfully it didn't, so I didn't have to worry about that. Now it's time to do a Mega Flip all the way to the entrance of Water Temple. Alright. I want to wait for it to be nighttime, because the next time the day-night cycle matters, I want it to be nighttime. So. Waited just a bit there. That also means that the time that I took to kill the Gwei didn't actually waste any time, because I would have had to wait anyway. So it's nice that we do get that bit of leniency right there. Anyway, this is the Water Temple. It's probably the easiest temple, I'd say, the entire run. If I had to give them all difficulty ratings. None of the tricks here are particularly hard, but they do look pretty cool. So, our fish waifu is now going to disappear, and we'll never see her again. So sad.
Very sad.
Also, we can look at Link's high-definition shield right here, if we get the camera correctly proportioned. There we go.
Look at all the pixels.
Alright.
do like the slight graphical redesign in the Water Temple, showing you what the different Zelda's Lullaby spots will do to the water level, and also
Yeah.
leaving nice color-coded trails to where they are as well.
Yeah, they also increase the range in which you have to stand to activate them, because like in the original game you have to stand like right up next to them. Anyway, this is a hookshot clip, and I used it to get down here to this small key chest. Hookshot clipping is very useful. It will be used at many points during the run. It was not close enough there. There we go. Especially in Water Temple, there's lots of prime opportunities for hookshot clipping in Water Temple. Especially in Bingo, like, getting to certain chests in the Water Temple with just hookshot clipping is really cool. We have 9 bombs, that should be enough. We're going to go get the Sculpture on the southern side of the temple right here. Alright. It's also really nice going to this side of the temple because there are 2 pots that are guaranteed to have bomb drops here, so we can refill up to 18 bombs right now. So I'm going to equip my Deku Nuts over my bow, because I do not need the bow right now.
For a fun game that you can play at home during the Water Temple, let's just count how many times Jim puts on and takes off the iron boots, and just imagine that he had to open the start menu every time he wanted to do that. That's what it's like playing the original OT.
Game, yeah. Obviously, like it's much faster just equipping the boots in general, compared to the original game. We don't have to route in like, oh, is it faster to have the boots on or off right here and stuff like that. All right, now that we have our 2 small keys, though, we're going to head off to the long shot room. First, I'm going to get rid of this Tektite. Now, I'm going to be doing a trick here called Hover Boost, where with a certain frame of this bomb explosion, I can put on the hover boots and I'll get a massive forward speed boost, and then I can use that speed boost to open up the door right here without there being a floor below it because I have the hover boots on. So that skips having to raise up the water level anymore. And we'll get this Skulltula. I don't believe they wanted you to get this Skulltula with the hook shot. I think they wanted you to get the long shot and then come back, but it's still accessible with the hook shot.
Should have tried harder.
Yeah. So using the hover boots, we can obviously cheese the entire puzzle of this room. And we can use the like-like hookshot over the spikes, and enter the Dark Link room. Dark Link is basically a joke because we have Deku Nuts. It's not going to be that difficult. Jump slash. Deku Nuts. Jump slash. Deku Nuts. Jump slash. Deku Nuts. Jump slash. And Deku Nuts. Jump slash. And Red Rupee. So that's the infamous hard boss of, or hard mini-boss of the Water Temple.
Even tips you for beating him.
Alright, now we get the long shot. And then we're going to be playing the Song of Time to get another Skulltula, which is in the next room. Even if we didn't have the Song of Time, we could skip past that Song of Time block. It's actually a pretty cool trick, just being able to do that. But it's faster to just play the Song of Time, and much easier in this instance. Ouch. Alright, so there's a Skulltula on the wall right there. It's actually faster for us to go over here, and then use the long shot from over here to get the Skulltula. I'm going to re-equip my bow, because it's faster to kill the Skulltula with the bow, and then instantly just like kind of spam the long shot. Assuming you aim it correctly, that is.
You're just barely off there.
One thing that I'm doing with my hover boots here, as I collect these small keys, is that sometimes when I want to use the hover boots, I'll just instantly be able to put on the hover boots during my rolling animation, which is very nice. So I don't have to go through the little hopping animation that Link would normally go through. You can also do that if you're in the shielding animation, the untargeted shielding animation specifically.
Nice, another nice hookshot clip right there. that key a little bit faster.
Yeah, it is possible to hookshot clip directly to the chest, but you'd be doing that blind, so it's much easier to just hookshot the target and waste a few seconds going up the water to get to the chest. So we have 2 more Skulltulas and the boss key to get. We technically can skip the boss key, but that involves doing a Death Hole Wrong Warp, which is a bit inconvenient when we're already in the water temple, and the boss key does not take very long to get. Alright, so we're going to use the hover boots here, and then we're going to fall all the way down. Our fall velocity gives us enough to clear going through that tunnel. Long shot over here, and get over to the room with the last Skulltula. The bow to kill it, and then use the hover boots to get over here and skip a few rooms. Obviously the hover boots kind of break any of the temples before Shadow and Spirit, because you're not meant to have them here. Then we have just enough vertical velocity to clear getting under that ceiling in the tunnel, so we can get up here to get the boss key without having to use the iron boots. Yeah, as I said, we can't technically skip the boss key. You can also RBA the boss key. I believe if we had ice arrows, and we RBA'd the boss key, and we RBA'd ice arrows, we get the boss key. I might be wrong about that, though.
I think ice arrows are useful for something.
Well, yeah, I mean, we get ice arrows pretty late in the run because they're not useful for anything. In fairness, though, we don't use light arrows in this run either. So.
Yeah, that's just because of good rule sets.
Anyway, now we gotta get to the boss. And the way we're gonna do that is with a, what's known as a mega slide hop. Essentially, it's just, we do a mega flip, and then we put on the hover boots in midair, and then we can keep our huge velocity from the mega flip while we're sliding around on the ground. That spike has very bad collision, so we just went through it.
Mega slop.
Now it's time to fight Morpha. The Morpha is pretty simple. You just grab her out of the water, put her in the corner, and then slash her. So, not very much to this fight, yet for some reason there are some people out there who still die to this boss. I don't know why.
Wow, way to call me out.
There are some categories of this game where this boss is actually difficult due to the restrictions that you have placed on yourself. But this is not one of those categories, especially since we have the long shot. We can just get into this corner preemptively. Oh well, Morpha, stay in the corner.
No one puts Morpha in a corner, except for Jim.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Become Slash and dead. Yay! Oh yeah, so Morpha, like, obviously was not that big of a deal. What is a big deal, though, is this cutscene skip we're going to attempt to do with Furore's Wind. So the Water Temple, when we use Furore's Wind as we return, when the fade-out happens, is not going to wrong warp us. It'll instead just put us back to where we cast Furore's Wind, which is now in the Forest Temple. But this will still skip the Water Medallion cutscene, which takes a long time to go through. So hopefully we'll be able to do this. Also be saving beforehand. I can line this up by going to a specific position right there. Okay, I was a frame late, so we'll have to do this again. If the top screen is lit up, that means that you were late. You do not want the top screen to be lit up. We'll try this again. We'll have to do another mega slide hop to get back to the boss room. But this is still worth it, even if it takes us like 2 or 3 tries, because the cutscene after Water Temple is so long.
Fish Waifu wants to have a long conversation.
Well, yeah, it's not just that, it's also,
filling the lake up.
Yeah, filling the lake back up.
Yeah.
The cutscene with our good old friend Sheik. So we'll be lining up once again ladder right here. Oh, still a frame late. Alright, try again. Do we have any donations we can rattle off right now?
Yes, I got a $10 donation from 12-inch Yoda that says, "Hey Jim, here's my mandatory fish fry before I fall asleep. Looking forward to that randomizer run." We also have $5 from Sir Connery. No message, but I'll remind you to stay hydrated.
Ah, yes. Especially while we're in the water temple.
The
Very
2-hour mark, so...
Oh boy, an arrow drop that I don't need. So I'll just have to make sure to hit the home menu earlier after returning from the item menu.
Easy as that.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, that's a frame early. Nice.
Wow, the frame perfect home menu buffer.
Able to save that.
So much harder on OOT 3D than it is on MM3D because you do not have the free cam Circle Pad Pro setting.
So that gave us the water medallion. Now we're back at the Forest Temple. And now we're going to be beating the Forest Temple. So we will go to get one last Skulltula and then do a boss key skip to get to the Phantom Ganon room. I will place Furory's Wind again, though, because I need to place Furory's Wind somewhere to do the Forest Temple cutscene skip, and it doesn't really matter where, so we'll just do it here.
Come on, Dekubaba.
Go down. Yeah, I need to wait for the Dekubaba to go down, otherwise I'd just end up stunning the Dekubaba.
And then he's stunned, blocking the Skulltula token. It's really inconvenient.
Oh, yeah, and this Skulltula. Alright, so this boss key skip involves me getting into this railing, and then backwalking out of bounds and falling into the loading zone for the boss room. Thankfully not that difficult.
They did a lot of vertical design on the adult temples, which made quite a few boss key skips a lot easier.
Hey, it's our good friend Twinkleshine in Ganondorf.
That doesn't look quite like Twinkleshine to me. I think it might be a fake.
What do you think its name is?
Maybe Lemon Sparkle.
Lemon Sparkle, I like that. Well, whatever the horse's name is, unfortunately not relevant to this boss fight. So, when Phantom Ganon's running through all these paintings, we just have to figure out which one is the real one, which isn't that hard to do. The real one is much brighter than the fake one, and actually makes proper sound, whereas the fake one doesn't make any sound. Alright, now using the hook shot, I'm going to attempt to stunlock Ganondorf here with Phantom Ganon. Okay, that was too early. That's okay, though.
As long as you don't do more than half of his total health, he doesn't go into try-hard mode as far as tennis is concerned, so...
Yeah. He also has another attack where he, like, charges at you with lots of sparkles around his, like, scepter thingy. But thankfully we didn't see that either.
Banished to the Shadow Realm.
Alright, another blue warp and another restricted items for us to do. First we gotta get the Heart Container though. And do a safety save, because this cutscene is also very long. Alright,
Nice.
should work.
First try.
Yep. All right, cool. Now we just return as the screen fades out to white. We have the forest medallion. So the next dungeon we're going to tackle is the Fire Temple. So we'll play the Bolero Fire, the cutscene of which we skipped earlier, so that we can get there.
Right, just in case you thought that he was making it up, he definitely has the Bolero. It's so hot.
That's this. It's so hot. We have a minute and a half before we die. It's okay. I think we'll make it into the Fire Temple before that. Got the recoil. Almost makes it to the loading zone as adults. It does make it as child, which is pretty cool. We'll see that later. Okay. Oops. Good keys. Alright, let's try this again. So even though I have lots of hearts, I still equip the Goron Tunic just for safety. Specifically for the Volvagia fight. That was the last time we ever saw Darumia. So Fire Temple has a lot of keys. We'll need to free all these Gorons to get our keys.
You're making that up. You don't free any Gorons, because you don't talk to them.
Oh yeah, that's right. Alright, goodbye.
Just sort of stand there forever.
Just gonna leave you there. They will actually, like, be gone if you, exit and re-enter the room.
Right.
Alright, so there's two small keys, one on each side of this room. We're only going to attempt to get the one over here, because there's also a Skulltula over here. And then we're going to attempt to use the Din's Fire Actor trick again to skip the small key on the other side and phase through one of the small key doors that we normally have to unlock. So normally you need to play the Song of Time to make a Song of Time block come down here, but with the proper jump, you can just get up to this ledge and skip having to do that with the Song of Time block. Hopefully my aiming is good today with the bow, so I get this Skulltula. Okay. Alright, good. If you don't get that first try, then you have to deal with all the platforms trying to hit you and stuff, and it's not very pretty. Okay, so now we're going to do another Din's Fire Actor trick. It would help if I had Din's Fire out. This time I want to look for a certain frame of the explosion. I believe this should be it. Oh, no, that was a frame early. That's a shame. Usually this is the camera view that I get. Just one more frame. Oh, okay, that time I was early with the pause buffering.
Luckily, failing the Din's Fire Actor glitch doesn't cause you to lose any magic, because when you interrupt the Din's Fire cast, it actually doesn't use the magic that Din's Fire normally would.
Here's the frame. There we go.
The bomb count is really the only thing you have to worry about when it comes to the Din's Fire Actor glitch.
Alright, so we only have one small key. The game's going to check for a small key, but it's not going to actually use it on this door. Just going to kind of go through right there. Alright, because we have the long shot, just instantly grab up to the top here. I get to push down this block. Not much we can do while just riding up block elevators. And I'm feeling it today. Let's go for this thing.
Ooh, feeling.
There's a cool jump we can do here that saves just a few seconds.
It's good.
Oh, okay. I wasn't close enough to the ledge, actually. That's a shame. Oh well. We'll do it the normal way then. There's actually a different cool jump we're going to do. Push this block once, and then climb down here to the edge of the ledge, and aim up like this. We can jump and then maneuver our jump to grab onto the block, just like that. Now we're going to do another ledge clip and then get damaged by that bomb explosion to get down here into this hallway to get on this switch. And this gives us a small key and lets us skip having to go through the boulder maze. The trick that we used to do before we discovered ledge clipping was like infamously bad. It involved this really stupid triple slash clip that everyone hated, and I'm really glad we don't have to do that anymore. It's a thing of the past. After climbing this long thing, there's one Skulltula in the wall over here, which we can thankfully just use a hookshot clip to go and get. Oh, oops. Again. Nope. Alright, now we're going to use the Scarecrow song. We technically don't need the Scarecrow song here, and I think it's a little bit faster if we don't use it, but it's much more difficult to get that precise shot up to this target right here.
Right.
Whee!
Because you have the long shot, I think you can reach that without the Scarecrow song, but much more precise.
Bow. The only reason we come up here is to just get these Skulltulas. There's nothing else up here that we need. Normally you wouldn't even go to this side of the Fire Temple at all, but again, Skulltulas. Alright, now we're going to jump all the way down here. We're going to shoot the bow at this eye switch right here, and this is going to unlock this barred door right here. Usually you'd only go in here to get the map, but because of hookshot jumping, we can actually do a hookshot jump off of the map chest to get up and out of this sort of prison of sorts. Now we'll need Ferori's Wind. So I'm going to set Ferori's Wind in this room, because I'm actually going to trap myself later to get a small key, and I want to be able to get back out, so this is going to be my escape plan for when I get trapped. And then right here we can just roll past this wall of fire. Thank you very much for that boost, Mr. Keese. So we got some guaranteed bomb drops here, which is nice.
It's definitely a luxury in this run.
18 bombs. Hopefully I'll be able to get a bomb drop from the Flare Dancer here. This fight's pretty simple. Just hookshot the Flare Dancer 3 times and do a jump slash. There are other ways to get the Flare Dancer out. Also, he really tried to get me right there. If we had the Megaton Hammer, we can hammer the center platform right here, and that would do it. We can also, I believe we can also throw a bomb at him. Alright, nice, we got the bomb drop.
Nice.
And now we can climb up this elevator during the cutscene, so that we don't waste any time.
It's really embarrassing when you accidentally hit the fire when you're trying to climb up there.
Yeah.
Because the elevator still goes up, but without you.
Okay, finally in the Megaton Hammer room. Now we just gotta walk along this thin path to get to the Megaton Hammer chest.
This is such a cruel, quote-unquote, puzzle. You fall all the way down there
Yeah.
instead of getting the hammer.
Yeah, don't fall down there. That's not good. That will waste quite a bit of time. Once you have the Megaton Hammer, though, you know, feel free to fall down there all you want.
Exactly.
Alright, so we're going to hookshot clip into this chest right here, and this is where we get trapped. But thankfully, because we have Ferori's Wind, we can just get back out.
Yeah, you silly Goron. Why didn't you have Forer's Wind?
And now we're going to do the Fire Temple boss key skip with a ledge click right here. Alright, so we're going to jump slash above the loading zone, just like this. And in we are.
Once again, a very vertically designed dungeon, means the boss key skip is pretty trivial.
Yeah, there's like multiple different rooms you can clip out of to do a boss key skip in Fire Temple. It's kind of weird how often, or not how often, but like how many different variations of Fire Temple boss key skip there are simply because of the loading zone's placement in the dungeon. Anyway, this is a boss that actually has an interesting strategy. So, this is the Volvagia fight. There are actually 2 dragons in this fight, 2 Volvagias. There's this first one that we see flying around and breathing fire and everything. And then there's a second one, which is the one we play whack-a-mole with, and that comes out of each of the individual holes to try and attack us. So because this flying one is also considered a damage source, we're just going to be placing bombs down here into this hole. Ooh, troll hole, nice. Alright, so I want to damage the alternate Volvagia that's on this side. Alright. Hopefully no troll hole again. Alright, good.
Probably gonna get double troll hole there.
Yeah, that would have been good. Alright. So that allows us to do the entire fight without Volvagia ever flying up and around and like dropping boulders and all that other shenanigans that she likes to do. Also, pay attention to Volvagia's arms right here. Her arms make like no sense at all. They're just like moving around really weirdly. I don't know what the arms were doing. Anyway, there's another blue warp here and a heart container, but we're actually not going to get these quite yet. We'll be saving them for just a little bit later. So we will be coming back here later once we have Ferrori's Wind set somewhere that we can wrong warp with. Because the Fire Temple does actually give you a wrong warp, not just a cutscene skip. Use Ferrori's Wind there. I still need to get one more Skulltula in Fire Temple though before we move on. Hello, Keese. Thanks for pushing me towards the door. This room right here is very scary because there's lots of magic that you could potentially get in here.
All of these fire slugs drop magic every time, so... We're still on the magic dodging game, so...
Alright. Is that not it? No, there's still one over there. There we go. The keys like to go off into the corners right there for some reason. It can be a little annoying. Alright, we got all we wanted to do in Fire Temple. Next we're going to go to Kakariko Village again. And we're almost upon the trick where we actually need to collect magic for the first time. And hopefully that goes well. Alright, so good thing it's nighttime. We want it to be nighttime because we're going to be collecting some Skulltulas.
I have time for a couple donations.
Sure.
Cool, so I have $25 from Anonymous that says, "My dudes, we're so close to getting that Wind Waker rando. Can we get a sweet donation train to hit that 15K during this run?"
I definitely think so.
I also have $10 from All in One Mighty. It says, "Why is Zelda holding a sword? Isn't he supposed to be a princess?" Also, a quick reminder that at 15,000 we will unlock the Zelda Wind Waker randomizer. And at $20,000 we will unlock a Super Mario 64 70-star run.
Just drop Ferrori's Wind right next to this cow. The cow will look after it.
We need to come in here and get this piece of heart anyway. But that Ferrori's Wind point that we just set is going to be used for a Death Hole Long Warp coming up soon. After we do some other things, bookkeeping things here in Kakariko Village. I'm going to use the collision of that corner to clip my arm through and shoot the hook shot so that I can get into the archery game at night. Now it's time to play some archery for a bow upgrade.
So he closes at night, but he still just sits there for the entire night.
Yes.
Good to know.
first bow upgrade.
Just me, or do they actually move slower in OT3D?
No, I think it's just easier to aim.
That's definitely true.
Yeah, because the gyro aiming in this game, which I don't think we mentioned yet, but it's amazing in this game compared to the original game. Like, I would definitely prefer gyro over control sticks any day. As far as Zelda speedrunning goes. Alright, so now we're damaging down for the Death Hole Wrong Warp that we want to do conveniently with this Skulltula. And we can get the last, or the second to last half-hearted damage falling down here. Let's see, I want my bombs, I want long shot, I want fish, and I want empty bottle. Alright. We're ready to do our Death Hole Wrong Warp. We're going to use the grotto that's over here, which is already open, so I don't have to blow it up or anything. Get through this wall with a hookshot clip. And here we go. It's very easy to fail this next sequence of events, so I will be sure to save my game beforehand. So now we're in the Lakeside Laboratory. And here we're actually going to perform some actions to get a bottle with a fish on our B button. This is going to be done using a quick draw, additionally with one aspect of Death Hole Wrong Warp mode, which is that Link will not put away his items when he's in water, or when he's shielding. So, I'm going to do a quick draw with my sword while having the bottle out, and then I'm going to shield swipe the bottle, and this is going to put a bottle with a fish on my B button because the sword was the last item that I pressed. Then I'm going to do quick draw again with the long shot, and then I'll be able to do Ocarina items here with the long shot like that. Now I want bombs down here, I want Cucco there, and I want Furori's Wind on my one button. And now I'm going to return Furori's Wind to the Furori's Wind warp point, which is actually going to send me to the bottom of the well as a Adult Link. So we're going to be doing pretty much everything here in Bottom of the Well as Adult Link, except getting the Lens of Truth. Unfortunately, in Death Hole Wrong Warp mode, you cannot get the Lens of Truth without crashing the game, just due to the fact that there's a Navi text trigger which spawns around it. So we'll have to wait on that. We got this precarious trick coming up here with this like-like. So we want to use the like-like to clip into that room so we can get the Skulltula, but we also want to use the like-like to clip out of the room once we have the Skulltula. So for here, keep the like-like. Oh, okay, no, he ate me. That's actually fine. He's going to take my shield, but very conveniently, this chest right here has a Hylian shield, so I now have it back in my inventory. Yay! Alright, now I'm going to attempt to clip out with the like-like. If I can hit him. Alright.
There you go.
Got back out.
Nicely done.
That's one of the two precarious tricks in this sequence of the run. No hearts. One heart. No hearts. That should be okay. Alright, so that's 2 of the 3 Skulltulas down. There's still one more that we have to get, and one of the locked doors over here. I have to make sure to not go over the center of this room here, where the wooden cross is. Because if I do that, the game will crash because of the Navi text trigger right there. So I have to be very careful to not get anywhere near there. Alright, so we have all 2 Skulltulas. Now I'm going to drop Bottle with the fish and re-catch the fish so I can do Ocarina items again with the long shot quick draw like I did earlier. Because I have the pocket Cucco on my 2 button, this actually also does some RBA shenanigans that I don't think I myself entirely understand, but it helps with the run. So, yeah. Here's our Ocarina items again, where we're going to play our long shot. I'm going to put my iron boots on Y, get out my bombs, put on my shield again that I just got. Blow up that patch because I do want the chest that has 20 Deku Nuts back there to be revealed. I'm also going to get just an extra safety heart. I want to make very careful, or I want to make it very sure that I don't actually do any shielding right now, because if I shield, I'm going to lose access to all of my items, my inventory, and we don't want that. Anyway, this pot contains the infamous magic drop that we want to get, and I need to do a 2-frame trick right here to sort of get the magic drop but not get it. Touchscreen frame? Yes, okay,
Wow.
good. So that was the trick where I got the magic drop, except I didn't really get it. That's called get item delay, and so I needed to do that with the magic drop because that's the only drop that I can get in here as Adult Link without having previously gotten. Okay, so good thing we got that. If I missed that, I would have wasted 4 minutes, so it's very good that we got that.
And now we're finally allowed to not worry about magic drops in the future.
So I stood in front of that chest. That actually is going to change the item value that I get from picking up the magic. And so now the game gets confused and asks what the heck that is.
It literally gets confused and says, what's that?
Yep. Now we're doing Ocarina items again. So when I went in front of the chest and then jumped back into the water and then the game said, what's that? That actually turned my pocket Cuckoo into the eye drops for the Bigoron sword quest. So now you can see that I have the eye drops here in my inventory. So I can essentially just skip the entirety of the Bigoron sword side quest. But before we do that, I'm actually going to do another Death Hole Wrong Warp, this time with the Bolero Warp Song, because Warp Songs also attempt to reset your entrance index to a different place, and so Death Hole Wrong Warp mode is going to change that entrance index, and it's going to send us to the child version of Hyrule Castle as Adult Link. So here we are. I'm once again going to have to do Ocarina items here, because the entire point of coming here is to use the Song of Storms to to open up the grotto here. Because there's a Skulltula in the grotto down here that we want. Alright, so now the difficult sequence is over, which is very good. That's definitely the most difficult sequence of the run, so I'm glad we're done with that. I do still have a bottle on my B button, though, so I do have to be careful here. I want to keep the eye drops on my 2 button, because if I happen to accidentally use my bottle with the use my bottle that has the fish in it, then nothing bad will happen. Because if I had something like my bow on the 2 button, that would be really bad if I accidentally ended up dropping the fish while I had the bow. Because doing that actually permanently deletes the bow, and then I wouldn't be able to complete the run. So let's not do that. Also, just for safety, I will put on the Goron tunic here. It's very important also that I don't die while I have these eye drops, because then the eye drops will turn into the prescription, which is the previous item in the Bigoron sword quest. And will take a lot of time to go back and get the eye drops again. So let's not do that either. The long shot to get over to this ledge over here. And now we can go out to Bigoron and give him the eye drops so that we can get the claim check. There's also no timer on the eye drops, just due to how we manipulated them to be in our inventory.
In addition to saving a bunch of steps in the side quest, it's nice to not have to worry about rushing to drop the eye drops off. Still get it done right away anyway.
Alright, so because it's nighttime, this is very nice. I'm going to make my way down Death Mountain Trail, getting Skulltulas. And then I'm going to make my way into Dodongo's Cavern to get all the Skulltulas that I did not get there as Child Link. I'm also going to set Ferori's Wind so I can come back and get my Bigoron sword very quickly. Also going to set Ferori's Wind here while the token, the token is appearing.
Ferori's Wind, no matter where you cast it, will always go back to the entrance that you used to enter this map, so it went all the way back up to the top of Death Mountain here.
Yeah, so I want to wait for it to be daytime, because I also want to play Sun Song to make it to the next night as well. So now I'll make it nighttime, and then once it turns nighttime, I'll actually go and enter the dungeon. Alright. So getting these Skulltulas is actually pretty interesting. We're first going to go off to the right here and get this one that would either normally require the Scarecrow song, but we do have the long shot here with us. And with the long shot, we can stand in a very precise position to barely get Skulltula up here. Alright, there we go. Token.
Hookshot was so precise it was almost pixel Perfect.
So now all three of the, or excuse me, two of the other skill flows that we want to get are sort of up top in a different room. So to get up there, we're actually going to do a hookshot jump right here, using this ladder to get up to the top. And then we can do a hover boost, or excuse me, not hover boost, a hammer slide, by equipping the hover boots on a specific frame after using the Megaton hammer. We'll be doing a few more hammer slides in this run. Ah yes, thank you, Keys, for saving me like a frame. The real bro.
The fire keys have been really, really eager to help you.
Yes. So there's this Sculptula, and then there's the one over here. Again, we can get it with the long shot. Put the hammer for another hammer slide. This one only saves like a few seconds, but get it. It's still worth it. Skips having to wait for the platform right there. And then the last Sculptula in the dungeon is all the way at the back over here. Thankfully, Adult Link can just jump up here, which is pretty nice.
Adult Link is too tall to ride this ride, so
Yeah.
sort of breaks every part of this dungeon.
Our eager friend, the Armos. We're going to have to leave him, unfortunately. Alright, so now we're going to go back to Lake Hylia to finish up the stuff that we didn't do there earlier. Specifically, we're going to be getting one Sculptula, we're going to get the fire arrows, and then we're also going to go to the fishing pond and get the gold scale. So here's the Sculptula. To get the fire arrows, it needs to be morning, so we're going to play the sun song. And then, by the time we fall down to the bottom of this tree, it should be morning. My bow, make sure to not put the bow on the 2 button. Safety. And here are our fire arrows. So it is possible to do a hookshot jump all the way over here to the fire arrows. But we have the Scarecrow song, which is much easier, so we're just going to do that instead.
Right, because he did the cutscene skip earlier, the lake is not filled.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Scarecrow.
Pierre!
Alright, so now we have the fire arrows. I'm actually going to RBA the fire arrows now. No, I said that RBAing the bow would delete my bow, but RBAing the fire arrows specifically is actually going to give me the Fire Temple boss key, which is important because I still haven't actually gotten the Fire Medallion or the Heart Container from Volvagia, despite actually beating Volvagia, so we still need to do that.
Right, it'd be really inconvenient to have to go to a place to do the Fire Temple BK skip, even though, like we said, there are multiple different rooms you can set it up from. It's still just faster if you can walk through the door.
Alright, so I'm gonna play Sun Song again to make it evening. In the evening, the fish are a little more eager to bite. But Link's got some tricks up his sleeve as far as fishing goes. He's quite the aggressive fisher, as we'll soon see.
Unconventional fishing methods here.
Yeah.
If you thought the cheating lure was cheating, check out what Link's about to do.
Alright, so we're gonna place a bomb down here using restricted items before we cast the rod. Now, all I need to do is have the fish bite on the fishing rod. Come on. You know you want to bite. There you go. Alright. So we're just going to roll after our fish. There we go. Alright, cool. We got him.
Gets me every time.
So yeah, because of the restricted items, we can just roll towards the fish once he grabs on. And that saves an incredible amount of time. Because we don't actually have to reel the fish back in once we have him bite on and just walk right up to him. And that also cuts out a significant portion of RNG that would normally be required there. We do have to play the Sun Song a few times now because it's not, we haven't gone through enough days to get the big round sword yet, so. We'll target this guy. Oh wait, I think I may have used it a little too early, yeah. Alright, let's try that again. We need to make it the next nighttime after this one. He's just so happy, isn't he?
He says he's too busy, but it doesn't really look like he's doing much.
Yeah, he's wasting all of his days just lazing around.
I guess we can't see what his hands are doing, so.
Alright. Your sword is ready! Thank you. Okay, and I'm going to equip my Biggoron sword and all the items that I will need up here. Alright, and now we're going to play the Requiem of Spirit, because it's time for us to tackle Spirit Temple. Also, because I equipped my Biggoron sword, I don't have a bottle with a fish on my B button anymore, thankfully. In the original game, you can just re-equip a sword that you already have to get rid of a bottle on B button, but you can't do that in this game. You need separate swords to be able to get rid of a bottle on B button, on the B button. Alright, so now it's time for us to get Nehru's Love, which is fair, so that's going to go unused, sadly.
You really do get the fair rewards in reverse useful order.
Yeah. Well, I'd say Double Magic is probably the most useful. In my opinion, at least.
I guess so.
As far as conventional uses go, at least. Obviously, Ferrari's Wind is the big player in this category, and all the categories that use any glitches whatsoever. Yeah, after this, the only fairy reward that's left is Double Defense.
By the time you pick that up, you have so many hearts that
Yeah.
it really doesn't do much for you. Even in the casual version of the game, too. I don't know why they hold double defense till so late.
I feel like Double Defense is really just there for Ganondorf and Ganon.
Right.
I don't remember how to fight those guys. Is that going to affect me this run?
I don't know.
The levers are nice. Or not.
I guess it depends on what you mean by beating the game.
There's one more sculpture that I have to get here, and then we're going to be doing a series of techniques to get up to the Mirror Shield chest without actually entering into the Spirit Temple. So around the Wasteland and the Colossus over here, there are these wooden posts that we can hookshot to. And since we can hookshot to them, we can hookshot jump off of them. So once the levers leave us alone, we'll be able to do this. Alright, that's good. Should be enough height to get onto the arch here. We need to get onto this arch for this heart piece. For one. This Gwei is probably going to come after us.
Seriously, the enemies here are the most aggressive.
Yeah. Now we're going to do another hover boost right here. That's 1 frame early. Okay, this works. Alright, so now we're up here. And then from here we can do some backflips to get a little bit higher. And then from here we can run up this slippery slope, and at the very top we can jump up onto the statue's elbow. If we jumped at the correct location. This is fine though, we'll just slide back down. Try this again. We don't want to roll here because that'll make us start sliding down. There we go, okay. So now we got up to the Mirror Shield chest and we didn't have to go into the Spirit Temple at all. Alright, now equip the Mirror Shield because obviously we need it in the Spirit Temple. So now Spirit Temple works just like the other temples do. We get all the Skulltulas, and we go and defeat the boss eventually. So Iron Knuckles are pretty easy when we have the Biggoron Sword. All enemies become significantly easier when we have the Biggoron Sword. Let's see, I have 17 bombs. That's actually probably enough. Yeah, I don't think I need to get any bomb drops here. We'll be okay. So as far as Spirit Temple goes, I'm actually going to beat Twin Rova first, and then come back and get all the Skulltulas. Because for those of us who played the game before, we know that the Spirit Temple has two sides regularly, a child side and an adult side. So because of many glitches that we have, we can do the child side, or at least we can get all the child side Skulltulas as adult Link. That room has the boss key. We're not going to need the boss key. We will need to cast Ferora's Wind here, though. And oh no, there is a magic drop.
Ha.
But thankfully, we're allowed to pick up magic now. So here we go.
That's kind of convenient.
Yeah. Alright, so these chains right here are also hookshotable, which means that we can do a hookshot jump off of them and maneuver ourselves over to the loading zone for the boss.
Yeah, who wants to lower that platform anyway? It's much faster.
Yeah. For some reason, Link pulled out the Master Sword, even though we have the Biggoron Sword equipped right now.
And it's not like you couldn't have Biggoron Sword here normally.
Oh yeah, what's weird about that is that, like, once this cutscene ends, he's gonna put away the Master Sword and instantly just have the Biggoron Sword in his hands. This is the Nabur Knuckle. Again, very easy with the Biggoron Sword, because the Biggoron Sword does double the damage of the Master Sword.
And one thing we actually didn't quite mention earlier on in the run is that whenever he could, Jim used Deku Sticks to deal with enemies as Child Link, and Deku Sticks still do more damage in this game than the Kokiri Sword, but they were actually slightly nerfed in the remake. Instead of dealing Master Sword damage, they just deal.
Yeah, the Deku Stick does the same amount of damage whether or not it's a regular slash or jump slash, which is 2 damage or the amount of a Kokiri Sword jump slash. Also, another thing about the sword that we also didn't mention is that in this game, power crouch stabbing does not work, if you are familiar with that technique. So we can't just like store a jump slash and then do some power crouch stabs at the same amount.
Almost like that was a mistake that they never intended. You might even call it a glitch. If you were feeling bold.
Now we go through this seemingly unnecessary hallway over to the full boss fight room. This is definitely the longest boss fight in the game, just because of how many cutscenes are around it and how long you have to wait for the Twin Rova sisters to actually get around to attacking you, which takes forever. Because most of the fight they just spend like flying around and looking evil. So, for the first phase of this fight, normally what happens is we want to reflect an attack off of one of the sisters onto the other 4 times. Sometimes it can randomly, like you'll randomly need to do it 5 times instead of just 4 times. I don't think anyone understands as far as I know. I definitely don't understand it. What are they doing?
A really bad pattern is what they're doing.
Okay. We can use the hook shot to stall them so that we can keep them in a position that's good for the reflection.
There you go.
No, okay. They're just flying around again. Really? You? Okay, this should be fine. It took a little while though.
Yeah, they're being cooperative, but slow.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
You stay there. Right, so we should just need one more hit. Oh, 3 in a row. Okay, we should be able to get this to work. Yeah.
Wow,
Man, that was very
playing
nice
it
of
close.
the Ice Sister. Hopefully we don't need a 5th hit. Okay, good. thankfully we did not get bad Twin Roll RNG. Winky face?
Shouldn't she be double in age?
No, that's not how that works. So right here I'm shooting the hookshot right after she shoots the frozen beam at me, so that she'll move around quicker. But obviously we don't want to do that this last time because we want to stun her and then be able to defeat her. So 3 bigger on sword jump slashes, and she's dead. Once again, the bigger on sword making our lives so much easier, because otherwise this fight would pretty much have to be 2 cycles for it to be like a safe and consistent fight. You could attempt to do like frame perfect power crouch stabs at regular sword power, but that would take quite a while to do. And then obviously we have this really long death cutscene, which adds to the length of the boss fight, I guess you could say.
Fresh kid? What is this, 1997? What sort of insult is that?
No, they play Splatoon.
Oh.
They want to know if he's a fresh kid or a fresh squid.
Are they arguing which one of them is super fresh right now?
Yes, that is correct. They are arguing about who has the highest freshness bonuses in Turf War. And apparently they'll come back to haunt us. We'll have to see about that. All I know is that we got this nifty heart container right here. Alright, so once again, Blue Warp will be attempting to skip the cutscene. We're not going to be saving here, because if we miss it, it's just faster to watch the cutscene instead. Hopefully this works. This might have been a frame
looks
early.
good.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Wow.
Alright, nice.
Way to go. And then the water temple, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, as far as the blue warps have gone. Oh no, more magic. Okay. Fire arrows. So now I need to get to the bottom of this room. Unfortunately, the bottom is not loaded, so I have to sort of maneuver with a really weirdly placed hookshot jump to get the bottom of this area to load correctly. It's here. Oh, nice. we grabbed back onto the ledge. Keep going, Link. Try this again. Oh, I wasn't able to get past the chain that time. This is kind of tricky to do. Okay, now... Jump slash! Alright,
Nice.
yeah, we loaded it. Okay, so we need to go through, like, that bottom trigger right there to get this part of the room to load, because there's a Skulltula and a small key chest in this room that we need. And using the long shot, you can easily get over to this key chest. Followed by shutting up here, turning around and getting our Skulltula. And then using the hover boots, we can sort of side hop down here, take off the hover boots, and get down to this door. Alright, use that small key on this door, because now we're on the child side of the dungeon. Get a bomb drop right there. Obviously, Adult Link can't go through crawl spaces, but Adult Link can hookshot onto torches. Find the torches. There we go. Yeah, because that one we have to do blind. We essentially have to use a Q on the wall to do it. Away with you. I think there was a bomb drop back there.
Yeah, I think that the...
We should be fine.
Almost dropped a bomb there.
Let's see, so I can attempt to kill the Skulltula with the same fire arrow that I used right there. So there's actually an interesting glitch with the climbing of the chains in the center of this room. After I kill these 3 keys, I can get up and over here. If you climb up in the center at the top, you'll just kind of go up, and then you can come back down the other side.
It's okay, ceilings aren't really there, it's no big deal.
Yeah. Now we're going to get another small key, and now we're going to intentionally get caught by a wall master. Because the Wall Master is going to take us back to where we entered this dungeon, which happens to be when we entered in after getting the Mirror Shield chest. And this is convenient because there's a Skulltula we want to get on the child side of the dungeon, which is just before the Iron Knuckle room. And there is a small key that we need to get there, which is why we got that small key. Or excuse me, the small key we need to use here, which is why we got that small key right before getting grabbed. And here is our Skulltula. Alright, there's still one more Skulltula we have to get here, so we're going to save warp. It's on the lower adult side, which is why we're getting it last, because it's easiest to get after a save warp.
This backwards movement through Spirit Temple, and you sort of forget that you're normally supposed to have Silver Gauntlets to go anywhere in this temple, until right now, when he's going to do a Silver Gauntlet skip with the hover boots.
Yeah, again, we're never going to get the Silver Gauntlets because we're just going to get the gold ones eventually. Okay. So the last Skulltula is in this room. It's behind this Song of Time block. We can get this Skulltula without using Song of Time, but again, it's kind of slow. So using the Song of Time is just outright better. Alright, that's our last Skulltula in Spirit Temple. And now we will be heading off to Shadow Temple to finish it up. It's been about an hour and 40 minutes since we were in the Shadow Temple just to get the hover boots, so it's about time we went to go and finish it. We already used Din's Fire to open it up, so we don't have to worry about doing that again. And we'll equip Feroy's Wind, though, because Feroy's Wind actually has a backtracking use in Shadow Temple. Oops. This way. Unfortunately, I do not have the Lens of Truth, so I'm just going to have to kind of gamble here with which post here is the real one. It can only be one of the back three, so I don't have to check this one, for instance. And I put on the hover boots so that if this is the incorrect one, I can just walk out and try again. Oh, but that was the correct one. Excellent.
Is it true that that is the most likely skull for it to be?
I believe so, yeah. Due to the Monty Hall problem. Also, what do I need? Oh no, I just need to switch those. Okay, I got confused.
Right, the Monte Carlo problem.
Yes, exactly. Alright. Now I'm going to bomb this wall, and then come back to it after going into this room. I need a small key to progress past that bombable wall, which is in this room. Again, we're doing another hookshot clip to get this small key chest instead of having to collect any silver rupees. There we go. I can't see the chest. There we go. We're going to set Feroy's Wind in this room and then come back later after we've gotten most of the Skulltulas in the dungeon and an additional small key that we can use. Alright, so this first room here we can skip past a decent portion of with just the long shot right here doing a long shot clip. Oh, I hit a bad part of the wall. There we go. Oh, okay, yeah, let's get past the guillotine. Okay, so now we're going to go off to the left here. There's some invisible platforms here that we can see if we have Lens of Truth. But we don't have Lens of Truth, so we can't see them. But because I'm a speedrunner, I know where they are, so I don't need the Lens of Truth.
They also, like, aren't exactly out of the normal path where you expect them to be.
So right here, I can aim the hookshot through this little crack in the wall to get this Skulltula, so I don't have to worry about completing the puzzle of the room, or the puzzle in the room of killing all the enemies.
But these invisible platforms are really more to get you used to the idea of invisible platforms later on in this room, where there's one that moves.
Alright, so instead of collecting all these silver rupees, we're just gonna do another hookshot clip through the wall. Yay.
They were very kind to equip a lot of the walls here with
Yeah,
pillars that you can actually hookshot to.
Yeah, these wooden beams.
So it's a purely aesthetic thing, but for the speedrun it means that we have easy access through hookshot clipping.
Alright, so right there I did a backflip to get on top of that spike trap. So I'll get up here. That skips having to go on this whole block pushing debacle. And then out here we're going to go and tackle the invisible moving platform, which thankfully I know exactly where it's going to be in its cycle. So we'll hit it over here. We're going to move really far to the left. That's the platform moving us. And now we just have to collect the silver rupees in this room to get one more Skulltula. One big advantage of the 3DS version is that we can actually see where on the wall the target is based on how the hookshot target changes, or based on how the reticle changes. So we don't have to worry about not having the lens for those invisible hookshot icons. So there's one last Skulltula in here, as well as a small key.
Another advantage of the 3DS version is that skull looks a lot cooler.
Yeah, that too. Okay, returning Ferrari's Wind now. Now we're back here, and we can progress past all the rest of the, or most of the small keys at least, with a convenient hookshot clip. Wall, there we go. And then there's one Skulltula that we want to get over here. Before we ride this brilliantly designed boat across the temple.
Fortunately, you can really only stand on top of this boat.
Yes, you cannot stand on the bells at the bottom of this boat, thankfully. We've seen some very tragic accidents happen to runners who try to stand on the bells on the boat. Get this nice cutscene. Game's going to attempt to try to spawn some Stalfos here. 3 hits with the bigger Onsor and he's dead.
There you go.
And that other Stalfos just fell. Alright, so now the question is, how many neutral rolls in a row can I do?
I'm gonna say you're gonna max out at 3. Nope. Prove me wrong. There's literally nothing better to do during this segment, so...
Just bonk into the wall as many times as you can. Alright, so I'm gonna set Ferrari's Wind here. Because I can optionally use it again if I get a clip to the boss key chest, which is fast. But I'm gonna need to set it here anyway for the cutscene skip of Shadow Temple. Before I get the boss key chest, though, we're going to get one more Skulltula in this room over here. The last Skulltula of Shadow Temple. And so the clip that we can do to get past the sort of wooden beam here to get to the boss key chest is kind of weird. I don't know how to do it that consistently, but I still want to try it anyway. Alright, yeah. That's fine. We can just use Din's Fire, but it's a little bit slower. You have to like be leaning forward far enough in the wall so that the hookshot can get past the wall. Magic. Good floating magic up there. Alright, so because we didn't get the clip, it's faster to just open the door here and go back through the room.
Don't have to reset Fear's Wind.
Also, if we had the lens, we would see that there are a bunch of invisible walls in this room. It's kind of like the reverse of what we saw earlier, where there were invisible platforms that would help us, but here there are invisible walls that hinder us. Alright, here we're going to do another mega slide hop type thing. If I can actually see where the bomb is, that would be nice. There we go. So that gets over without having to shoot the bombs over here. And the last small key is used on this door.
More invisible platforms.
Yeah.
Hover boots makes it trivial. As long as you know where you're going.
Boing. Alright, so this is Bongo Bongo. Again, bigger on sword makes this fight much easier. It's not too difficult to one-cycle Bongo Bongo, but there are some times where I do fail it, so hopefully we'll get the one-cycle. It's not too big of a deal if I don't, it's just slightly slower to have to hit the hands and everything again. Beginning of this fight, I'm going to hold down so that the hands don't try to go around me. Alright, so we stun both of the hands. I just gotta stun the eye. Alright.
Easy for one cycle.
Yeah, it's much harder with the Master Sword. Or if for whatever reason you come here as Child Link, the Kokiri Sword.
Can you get here in Max Child? Max Percent Child?
I feel like you should be able to somehow.
It's been a while since Ben was doing those runs. Fun run.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can Death Hole Wrong Warp here from Deku Tree.
Ugh.
Okay, so now, as with every other boss, we got Heart Container. And just like with Spirit Temple cutscene skip, if we miss this one, then it's just faster to watch the cutscene. Hopefully we won't miss this. Oh, okay, that's fine. I was a frame late.
Yeah.
Okay, though. Cutscene's not that long. What actually makes this cutscene a little bit longer, unfortunately, is since we beat both the Shadow and Spirit Temple now, we get a special message from Roru who says like that the light arrows are now available if we come back to the Temple of Time. So that's what makes this cutscene additionally a little longer. The game is actually going to place us at Spirit Temple, though, when it places us back on the overworlds. Because I guess it assumes we must have gotten the Requiem of Spirit last if we get all them, or if we trigger the Roru cutscene who says we can get light arrows.
That's why when you do this cutscene skip successfully, it still puts you outside of Spirit Temple. Or no, you actually just return to the Ferro's Wind point.
You just return to the Ferro's Wind point.
I guess it's just a common one, the cutscene to watch, because it doesn't save that much time if you miss it, or doesn't lose that much time if you miss it.
Big mustache man. And here we are at Desert Colossus. Alright, time to save warp.
Tango time.
So yeah, upcoming we have one of the longest cutscenes in the run. It's the Light Arrow cutscene. So if we have any donations, that would be the time.
We do not, but we still have the incentives for the Silent Hill Homecoming that is coming right after. There's a costume bid war going on, and people are fighting pretty harshly for the costume. Right now, the Nurse Alex is winning, but you have other options, Boogeyman Alex, Deputy Alex, and others. So check it out, send your donations in, and I will make sure to read them all. So thank you, thank you.
Yeah, so I think it's probably a good time to remind everyone to hydrate right now. You guys have water or Red Bull, I guess.
I see everyone at the stream deck right now, like drinking. It's great.
I want everyone in chat to drink also. Praise be to Stay Hydrated Bot.
think the bot is on break today, but I'm
Oh.
gonna inform you if people are actually drinking.
Yeah, so now that we've pretty much done all the temples in this run, the only thing that's left to do is what's considered to be like cleanup stuff, which basically just means like short side quests or puzzles to get like heart pieces and upgrades and stuff. So as Adult Link, the main thing we haven't done yet is the Gerudo Fortress related stuff. So that's what we're going to be tackling next once we get this big plot twist right here from our good pal Sheik. Oh, turns out that Sheik is that character in Smash Bros. That I forgot her name of. Really cool they added her into this game.
Isn't her name Link or something?
The most ambitious
maybe.
crossover.
I'm almost pleased to inform you that people in chat have been drinking indeed, so thank you for reminding them.
Alright, good.
Drinking water, I hope, on Calithon After Dark.
Interesting thing about this cutscene, it'll actually turn Link into a child again for this specific portion of the cutscene, and then turn him back into an adult once the flashback ends.
Stuff happens in these N64 Zelda games all the time. Like, cutscenes in Majora's Mask 3D will just change what day it is to get specific skies for different cutscenes.
I have a $3 donation by Taman who says, I'm from North Dakota, wishing I could be at Calithon to get that hot In-N-Out burger, which I actually ate tonight. Good luck on the runs. And also I have to say the chat tonight is very, very nice. I don't know if it's your community, but oh my god, we're having very happy people in chat that are enjoying the stream. So thank you. Thank you for providing this entertainment. It's great.
Shout out to Jim's chat. They're the best.
Alright, so now we have the light arrows, and unfortunately the light arrows are kind of useless. We're not going to be using them at all in this run. But again, still an inventory item, so we still have to get them. But thankfully this long cutscene's almost over. Ganondorf has successfully stolen away Zelda, and we don't really care.
He didn't say if you wanted to rescue Zelda, come find him, but
Yeah, that's true.
you don't really want to,
Didn't
so.
say we had to. Alright, so now we're actually going to go learn the Prelude, despite the fact that Zelda just got captured. We can skip the Prelude cutscene by pulling out the Ocarina and playing the Sun Song as we walk into the trigger. And this will also change the time of day, of course, so that's also useful.
Let's save continuity. You don't see Sheik after all.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so one of the side quests that usually takes quite a while to do that we haven't started yet is the Big Pose side quest. So to save some time on that, I'm actually going to be setting Ferori's Wind right here, so that we can easily get back to the Big Po shop, or the Big Po, the person we sell Big Pose to, I should
Right.
say.
After killing all 10 big Poes, of course.
Oh, of course, yeah. So, but of course, to get Big Pose, we have to first go get Epona. So let's go to Lon Lon Ranch. With a fast Hess.
Now I know why this run takes 4 hours and 15 minutes. It's because you get Epona 3 hours and 18 minutes in. It all makes sense, finally.
Yeah, Jim, why didn't you just get Epona earlier? Why didn't you think of that? It would have made so much faster.
Alright, well, We're not going to be getting Epona in the usual way, as people are probably used to. I'm actually going to clip into this fence, and then use a bomb to damage myself up on top of it. And then with the hover boots, I can go over to this fence, drop a bomb down behind myself here, and jump up to the roof here. And then from here, I can jump up onto this out-of-bounds geometry and get to the loading zone at the end of Lawmon Ranch here to effectively steal Epona. Because when you enter, or when you exit out of these loading zones, Epona's just always here with you.
There's no way you'd hit that loading zone without going through the entire Epona side quest.
Alright, how you doing, Epona? Let's go collect some big Poes, shall we? There's one big Poe down here, which we're gonna get. Unfortunately, right now we can only get one big Poe because that's all our bottle count's going to allow us to get. But it's okay.
It's gonna make this kind of slow.
So after we get that big Poe, we're going to move on to the Gerudo Valley and Gerudo Fortress area. But first we have to get a Skulltula and a small grotto up here. Okay, so we need this. No, not that. This, and this, yes. So I specifically know that the bottle I have on my X button right now is the bottle that's over my Deku Stick slot in my inventory. And I want to catch bugs in that bottle specifically right now. There we go. There we go, it's a sketch right here we have to get anyway. Alright, so now let's take Epona over to the valley.
There are all these cows in holes in this game. Very weird.
I don't know, there must have been a...
Alien invasion?
Maybe? Never know.
I'm not saying it was aliens.
It was aliens, I'm pretty sure. Now we can jump across the gorge with Epona, get some more Skulltulas before we actually enter the fortress. It's very slightly faster to shoot these Skulltulas with fire arrows, because arrows obviously move faster than the hookshot does, and we're not really too concerned about what our magic meter is at the moment. Alright. And we will get into the fortress well before daytime, which is nice, because there are Skulltulas in the fortress that we want to get also.
After how much time could you stop using a list of all the things you had to collect in the game? Because that's a long list of objects to collect.
Yeah, memorizing like the route and stuff for 100% usually just comes down to doing the route over and over again, and being able to sort of like link everything together in your mind. If you're familiar with what a linked list data structure is in a computer, it's kind of like that. It's like, you can't think of the entire thing at once, but when you're somewhere else, you know what to do next, and when you string all those together, you can get the entire route. At least that's typically how I think of it. Like, I know that I'm in Gerudo Fortress right now, so I need to get this heart piece, get the Skulltula on the wall, and then go down into the room over here to free one of the first craftsmen. I also have to make sure to not get caught right here, because if I get caught, then Epona's actually going to go away, which is not good, because I need her for the archery minigame. Make sure not to get caught here. Once again, the Biggoron sword making these fights pretty trivial. We're going to beat this craftsman out of the area. So yeah, now we're just going to go save the other three craftsmen, basically.
I have no idea how they don't get caught on the way out, but
Yeah.
whatever.
I have a $1 donation from Jeff Prost, I think is how you pronounce it. Steve Harvey Anime Battle. And he says, Ocarina of Time is awesome. Gymnast is cool too. This is a fun run, and I entirely agree with his statement.
Oh, thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying the run. That's 2 down. We got 2 more to go. We kind of saved the Carpenters in like reverse order here, from where the game likely had intended you to save them in. Obviously, like, you can save them in any order you want, but it seems like they intended you to get them in the exact opposite order compared to this.
Yeah, there's sort of a natural flow to these Thieves' Hideout rooms that is the exact reverse order of the way Jim is doing it.
One more after we backwalk off of the roof here. Oh, nice. The key landed right in front of the door. He usually does not do that. Alright, so now that we've rescued all the craftsmen, we're going to get the Gerudo token, as it's called in this game. And now we can freely move around without getting caught. So we're going to first take Epona over to the Gerudo training grounds, just to get the ice arrows as a pit stop. And then we'll be taking her up to the archery.
Man, the training grounds, that's quite a lengthy dungeon.
Yes, the training grounds take a very long time to do. But hopefully we will be fast going in. I have a good feeling we won't be spending too long here.
What's the IL time for this? Like
30 seconds?
Yeah.
Something like that.
So, we'll see how
Yeah.
Jim stacks up.
Due to the power of hookshot clipping, just quickly get inside here for the ice arrows.
And time.
Yeah, that's the IL. And now we can just hookshot clip back out. Yay! Alright. We're done here.
Done a lot of hookshot clipping in the run. You want to talk about sort of how that works?
Yeah, so, for some reason in this game, they moved where, like, the hookshot originates from Link when he shoots it. They moved it to his arm, instead of, like, being in his torso, like it is in the original game. And it's for that reason, actually, that, we can, like, successfully do hookshot clipping at all. But the reason that we can actually get the hookshot through most walls is because of the, sort of weird strafing animation that Link can do. So when I do each hookshot clip, I'm actually like strafing very suddenly, and that puts the hookshot slightly into the wall. And then when I actually turn to like maneuver it through the wall, it's through far enough that I can shoot the hookshot in those circumstances. Because yeah, that is a pretty key difference to why hookshot clipping works.
It's a 3DS exclusive,
Which unfortunately did not carry over for MM3D.
not with the hookshot, but it did with the bow, which is
Yeah.
actually used in a few of the categories. Plus, with extended hookshot in MM3D, it's sort of not necessary. Kind of. It's still kind of nice.
Wow, that's a lot of hundreds.
I think that was a bullseye. Not entirely sure, but
Probably not a pixel-perfect bullseye, but good enough for 100 points. Alright, so this time I have to get above 1500. Shouldn't be that hard. Again, the gyro aiming is what makes this super easy to do. If I had to do this with a stick, I would not be as good at it.
Pretty consistent.
Now we get to the last quiver upgrade, along with that harp piece we just got. And now we're going to return Furore's Wind and go back to the Big Poe shop so we can sell our Big Poes. If I can do restricted items. There we go.
I saw you using the motion control for that aiming, which seems to be easier to use. Am I incorrect?
That is correct. It is much easier to use the motion controls and the gyro.
The vast majority of runners prefer the motion controls to turning them off. It is an option to turn them off, but...
Alright, so, we only have a single Big Poe, but thankfully we can kind of duplicate that Big Poe. So we're going to be giving the Big Poe seller the same Big Poe like 10 times. So you'll see that I'm going to give him the Big Poe right now. But the Big Poe actually is not going to go away from my inventory. We still have it. This is using a trick known as YBA, which essentially, we did it earlier in the run in Ice Cavern, and it allows us, in this instance, to duplicate, or to use twice the contents that are on our Y button. Oh, hold on. To recatch the bugs. There we go. So now we have 200 points, on the card, so we need to do this dupe 7 more times, and then we'll give him the real Big Poe, and it'll get out of our bottle.
It's kind of silly speedrun humors, but there's bottle adventures in a lot of different Zelda games, and so there is a YBA in A Link to the Past. It stands for Yusahura Bottle Adventure, named after the person who discovered the trick. This trick is called YBA because it literally has to do with what's on the Y button.
Yeah. YBA, at least in the sense of Ocarina of Time, is 3DS exclusive also. I have to be careful with when I drop my bugs for this also, because if I drop my bugs too early after I give the Big Poe to the seller, then the bugs will just burrow instantly.
I love the bug physics in this game. One of the bugs just sort of fell upside down out of the bottle. Very derpy.
We can also talk to the seller just to check how many points we have. I'm pretty sure we have 500. Yeah. So we've got 4 more to do. This obviously takes a while, but this takes significantly less time than having to catch all 10 Big Poes, of course.
So you're using a specific sequence of buttons to do this sequence, but I have to ask this question. Why BA? I will be stepping out. You will find me outside.
Just tired enough for that pun to be hilarious.
Come on, bugs. Where are you? Okay, there we go. Should be 7. Talk to him after this. Make sure that this next one's 8.
Specifically because on the last one you don't want to have a Poe in your bottle anymore.
Yeah. Because we have 8, we'll dupe once more, then we'll give him the duped Poe, and then we'll give him the real Poe. So here's the duped Poe. Do some inventory management. And here's the real Poe. He's like, wow, thanks for giving me 10 big Poes. Here's your bottle. So when this trick was discovered, it actually allowed us to change the route to be what it is currently, where we do all of the adult stuff at once in a single adult section. Beforehand, we used to want to do 2 child sections and 2 adult sections, but now we only do 2 child sections and 1 adult section. So we're almost done with our giant adult section here. All we have to do is go to Ganon's Tower to get the golden gauntlets, and then go get double defense. So to get into Ganon's castle, we're actually going to do what's known as the Hassle Hess. It's basically just a somewhat precise Hess using the hover boots that allows us to cross the giant gap to get to the castle up here. So hopefully I'll be able to do this. It's a bit tricky, so it might take a few tries. If it ends up not working out, we can always just watch the cutscene with the Rainbow Bridge, but that's boring and not very fast. So hopefully this will work.
It is not very fast, but the Rainbow Bridge got a nice upgrade, too, in this game. So if we have to see it, it's not the end of the world, at least for me. I get to admire the bridge again.
Oh, okay. So that almost worked. I just mashed the B button a little bit too early. Okay, we can try that again. That was a little too much over the ESS position. Okay, this should be good. Yep, alright.
Perfect.
Nice.
No Rainbow Bridge today.
So if we do get that first try, it saves about 20 seconds. Getting it there probably was about even with watching the Rainbow Bridge cutscene, but that's okay. Now we need to go over to the Shadow Trial where the Golden Gauntlets are located. No Hess today, I guess. Using the long shot, we can easily get across this trial. First with that torch, and then with the light over here. And we can long shot the chest back from here to get to it. And now we got the Golden Gauntlets.
First strength upgrade. Well, after
Besides Goron Bracelet.
Goron
yeah.
Bracelet. That's right. Almost forgot we still have to get that.
And this is the only thing we need here, so we're just going to save and quit now. Once I reload, I will have to jump slash into the loading zone behind me. Otherwise, if I walk out normally with full speed, Link's actually going to jump into the void because he expects the Rainbow Bridge to be there. But if we jump in with 0 speed, we'll walk out with 0 speed, so we won't jump into the void. I will have to do a Hess to get back over now. So, let's hopefully quickly. There we go. And get one last skill Shilla as a double link. Alright, now the one giant stone we're going to lift up and throw behind us.
Yeah, you should really lift with your legs, Link, not with your back.
So now we're getting double defense, which again is... It's kind of a joke at this point, because it's absolutely not necessary when we already have 14 hearts.
So I have a $10 donation from Grimelios, and I'm sorry in advance because I promised in chat that I would read the next donation in my Frenchest accent. So you'll have to suffer through this, and it's a pretty long donation, so okay, be ready.
Bring it on.
I've been watching lots of Ocarina of Time randomizer recently, but I've never seen the 3DS version. Really enjoying the pretty graphics, and of course, the run itself. Great commentary from you and the couch. The couch. Thanks for putting on such a great show so late at night, you guys.
Thank you.
I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Alright, we are now done as Adult Link. All we have to do is put the Master Sword back.
You call this run 100%. You don't even finish with the Master Sword in your inventory.
It's still there. We just don't have it on us, but it's in our inventory. Goodbye, Adult Link. Alright, so now as Child Link, we're mainly going to be doing a lot of cleanup stuff. So the first thing we're going to start with, for instance, is the mask trading side quest as Child Link, which we have to go through because we need to get the Mask of Truth. Oh, look at that. The market's not deserted again and everything's happy.
This is the much happier timeline.
Yes. So our main hub for Ferrari's Wind for this last child section is going to be in the mask shop. Obviously, once we sell a mask, we can just instantly use Ferrari's Wind to go back and get the next one. Whether or not it's like day or nighttime, since normally the mask shop is closed at nighttime.
The fact that that's not a feature of the normal game is shocking to me.
Okay. So first we're going to go to Kakariko Village, because that's where we need to sell the Keaton mask to then get the next mask. But there's also a bunch of other stuff in the graveyard and in Kakariko Village that we need to do as Child Link. Get some more Scotulas and other things that we need. I will need to play the Sun Song here, though. To make it nighttime so that the Scotulas actually appear. First, we're going to pull out this grave. This is the Sun Song grave, so even though we just played the Sun Song, we have to go into this grave to play the Sun Song again. Because playing the Sun Song here will spawn a chest with a heart piece.
You need to be night in the graveyard because the kid won't let you move the grave in the daytime.
Yes, and there's also a Sculptula in the graveyard that we need. Also freezes the Redead, which is nice.
This is the game's least aggressive Redead anyway. It's like barely getting up.
Sculptula over here. Oh. Bit. Back into Kakariko Village. 2 more Sculptulas we need. There's 3 more, excuse me. The first one we're going to get is just on the construction building right here. Ouch.
Frequently the first Sculptulas you'll pick up in a casual run of the game.
Yeah. Once again, hitting the boomerang whenever it catches onto a token to instantly bring it back to us. Now we're in the House of Sculptula, where we can get all the rewards for collecting up to 50 Sculptulas, because I believe at this point in the run we have like 83 or something. So, get the first 50. We don't need to get the reward for getting all 100, because that's just infinite money, essentially. We also finally got Bomb Shoes. We also get the Shard of Agony, in addition to the wallet upgrades and the Piece of Heart. So now I need Empty Bottle, Bomb Shoes, and Keaton Mask. I need to put more bugs in my empty bottles because I will be needing to get more soil Sculptulas. So, yeah. Nice. Oh wow, a bomb drop.
What is this luck that you have?
We usually don't get this many bomb drops in a run.
Insane.
The last Sculpture we need to get is on top of that tower, the Watchtower. First we're going to sell the mask, though. The convenient way that we have of getting to this Sculptula is just dropping a Bomb Shoe and letting it ride up the ladder to kill it. We can side hop down to this house up here, and we can get the heart piece from the man on the roof. And now we've waited long enough so that Navi is available, so we can Navi dive into the bottom of the well. This is actually only possible at nighttime. It's kind of dumb why we can only do this at nighttime. So the devs attempted to patch getting into the bottom of the well early by placing a giant rock down there. But they only place the giant rock down there during the daytime. So giant rock's just not here at night, so we can get in.
And even in the daytime, you can actually do a triple slash clip to get out of bounds, grab a cuckoo, and sail into the loading zone for bottom of the well. So even that attempt at patching getting into the bottom of the well without the Song of Storms is not actually a full patch.
Ouch.
Good try, Grezzo.
Yeah. Alright, so the only reason we actually come here as Child Link is so that we can get the Lens of Truth. Because again, we weren't able to get it as an adult, because if we tried to get it as an adult, the game would have crashed while we were in Death Roll Wrong Warp. Alright, we got the double hit.
That's true for all Navi text in Death Hell Wrong Warp. It always crashes the game.
Yes, that's true.
Death Hell Wrong Warp in Decatry would be like a minefield.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, nice. Well, the truth, and then the Navi text that comes up. Going to need lens, bombs, and Ferrori's Wind. Don't have to do restricted items with Ferrori's Wind this time because I'm in a dungeon.
You're finally going to be able to find the secrets of this game. It's great.
I know. I'll finally be able to see all the invisible things that I already know where they are.
Oh, so you're just gonna do chess game without the lens then, I guess?
Yeah, let's just do that real quick. Oh, should we try it once?
The 1 in 32.
Yeah.
Who knows? That sounds fun.
Alright, so before we do the lens minigame, though, we need to bring this white dog over here.
Little Richard.
Oh, Richard. Richard's owner lost him, so...
Yeah, I'm not even sure we're doing Little Richard a favor by bringing him back, but
Yeah.
she seems to be pleased and gives you a heart piece.
I guess because it was suggested, we'll try doing chess minigame without the lens.
Wow, what have I wrought upon this run?
I am so sorry. But if you get it, imagine.
Imagine the hype.
Alright.
All right.
1 in 32 chance.
Are you
Let's do
team
this.
left, team right?
Come on, chat. Is it going to happen?
Team right. Let's do this. Small key. Oh,
Immediate failure.
We failed already.
Someone typed in the chat. I'm sorry, but you might get disappointed.
Yeah.
Well, we lost the 50-50.
Let's actually use the Lens of Truth this time. Still this chest.
Team right is a trap. You can still guess before you press the lens if you guess quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
So is there 16 rooms to go through?
There's 5 rooms to go through.
Oh, yeah, because the last one has more chests.
Yeah, well, the last one is just a heart piece. Yeah, it's good that we can actually do this with the lens. Otherwise, this would add a whole nother level of RNG to the run that no one wants.
I'm going to try to guess what is in this chest.
Gee.
A heart piece! Oh,
Wow.
It just showed up at the same time. I'm sorry.
Wow. That's amazing.
We're a winner, though, because we got the heart piece.
Winner.
So I got a $5 donation from our very official Red Bull drink fridge, right behind you. And he says, or she says, actually, I do not know. I will have to ask them later. Hello, it's me, the Red Bull drink fridge. First time Calithon, but I love attending all of these speedrunning events. Just wanted to remind everyone that if you need energy, you can easily chug a big glass of delicious liquid like water or Red Bull. I can't wait for the rest of the runs, and I can't wait either. Thank you for the donation.
And so here we're going to attempt to do a mega flip to get out of the bridge area. There we go. And then slingshot and ask.
Oh, it's time for the best minigame.
Oh yeah, we're almost at the best mini.
Oh, wow.
So that's the last Deku Stick upgrade we needed. Due to some of the RBA that we did earlier, we got the 30 Deku Stick upgrade as the very first one, so we don't have to go get the next one.
Prove it. Pull out your Deku Sticks. Also, does it say that 10 is your maximum?
Yes, it says that 10 is my maximum Deku Seed
What have you
count.
done?
I've done some weird
You've
things.
done some awful things to this game.
Now with the Skull Nest, though, we can go and befriend Skull Kid. Will not make him run away. I've made Skull Kid run away an embarrassing amount of times in these runs. So first we get the heart piece, and we talk to him. He teaches us that we don't get profit on everything we sell. Good lesson on supply and demand by Nintendo. And with the bugs that we just released from the bottle, we're gonna go over and get some more bugs. Side hop down here, and we can begin this very exciting mini game. Is going to take quite a while. So I hope you guys all like playing random Ocarina notes. RLXR.
Don't mess up.
Trying to put more pressure on me.
It would be terrible to go through all this again.
That was almost Song of Time, actually. The X was a Y. Alright, second one. Oh, we're gonna get Song of Time here.
Inverted sometime, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Oh.
Not quite.
I have to remark that you're not respecting the speed at which they're playing. I find this a little bit insulting, to be very honest.
Yeah, I don't think they care.
Not really copying them exactly, it's true. There's a rhythm, a cadence, a beauty to their song that you're ignoring.
Oh, well. Try again.
We can get Sonata of Awakening?
We now all know that it's secretly your favorite game, actually.
Ah, yes, clearly. YAX.
Meanwhile, Miria sent $20 and says, a very appropriate comment, "Hey, Ocarina," and I don't know if I pronounce it Ocarina. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce this word. See, now you know I'm French. Also, a quick reminder that if we reach $15,000, we will actually add a Wind Waker randomizer run to the event, and you really want to see it. Randomizer events are fantastic because the runners need to actually have to adapt to the game in real time, so it's great. And I'm going to stop talking because maybe you need that concentration, Jim.
I don't think it's that. I don't know, I mean, it's almost 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm usually not doing runs at this time.
Do you want me to sing the songs then?
Sure, why not?
X, Y, X, L, I.
Alright. One more.
It worked.
Y, X, L, A, Y.
X, Y, X, L, A, Y.
X, Y, X, L, A, Y. Alright. That wasn't even the hardest one. Time for the 8.
That was just the Blue Rupee session.
Yeah.
R, L, X. R, L, X, A. R, L, X, A, L. R, L, X, A, L, R. RLXALRY.
Alright, one more. Can we do this?
The pressure is so high.
RLXALRY.
Alright.
Which
We did
meant,
it.
for everyone that was wondering, which meant Relaxolor. Congratulations for this wonderful demonstration of music.
Thank you.
You know how to play the ocarina. You're the first person I meet that actually knows how to play it. I'm very impressed.
Alright, so we're setting Furroy's Wind again. We'll return the funds for the skull mask and get the spooky mask. Alright, now we're off to Lake Hylia to get everything we need to get there as a child.
Oh, it's finally time.
It's finally time.
Get your fish bribes in while the time.
Yeah, so we have to hope that the fish RNG isn't too bad. Because we unfortunately can't do the same thing that we did as Adult Link as a child. Because we don't have a way to restricted items the bombs. We can do a mega flip to this platform though. Save a little bit of time. Mega flip and do a small super swim over here to the fishing pond. Mash B to swim faster. Can't quite make it before daytime though.
Just barely.
Maybe if we'd gotten that jump slash. Alright, so for child fishing, I'm going to be standing on top of the log that's in like the middle of the pond to pass the rod out. The fish we want is right here, we're targeting. So if we can get the fish to bite close enough on the rod, that'll be good. Oh, okay, he bit right away. Well, now this is just a game of let's hold the buttons and see what happens. Come back here, you. You know you want to get caught. Oh, come on. Come on. Back you go. Come on. No, come back. No. Come on. Get back here. I need to finish this run, please. Come on. You know you want to get back here. I've got some more bait for you.
The only thing that stands between gymnast and sleep is this fish right now.
Did you try to sing?
I did not. Oh, please, fish, come back. Oh, fish, please come back. Come with me, and you'll see in a world of pure imagination.
That was way better than the previous game, I have to say.
I guess the fish doesn't have an imagination. He's not coming back to me.
Fish is not a fan of the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movie, apparently.
Come on, you know you want to get back here. Let's go.
Preferred the Johnny Depp remake, probably.
No, stop jumping. Okay.
It's the most ferocious fishing battle I've seen in the Zelda game. Like, it's been already 7 minutes at this point.
4 hours later.
4 hours later. Come on. No, get back here.
What is going on with this fish? Jesus Christ.
Stop jumping.
Oh, rude.
Oh, no.
The game got confused again.
Yeah, the game got confused.
What happened?
It was probably because of my singing, I think.
Alright, so unfortunately to do this again, we have to quit and come back in. I only have 21 rupees, so if this doesn't happen this next time, I will have to go get more rupees somewhere.
What happened to all of them?
I mean, we did waste 10 trying the chest minigame twice.
Yeah. It's all my fault in the end.
No, I think it's all the fish's fault in the end. Alright, let's try this again. Bite.
the fish.
Oh, he got bored, and he went on the log. Smart fish. Here we go, attempt number 3.
Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy.
He's coming back. It's a bit far away. Once the camera snaps back to Link, that means that the fish has gotten closer. Oh, stop jumping. Come on. He's really putting up a fight here. He usually doesn't try to fight for this long before eventually going away.
I mean, you're trying to fish a fish that is pretty much your size at this point.
That is true, yeah. Very tough for Link to reel it in when it matches his weight. Oh, come on. No, stop jumping. Yeah, whenever the fish, like, jumps out of the water, that means that the fish is getting farther away for the most part. Come back here.
Okay, it's starting pretty bad, which means you're gonna catch it. I predict this is actually going to work. You don't trust me? Wait 15 more minutes and you will see the end of this battle.
Alright, yes, this very intense button holding that we can see I'm doing right here. Oh, okay, he's getting a little closer.
See?
Holding holding it up seemed to do something for
See?
you.
Oh, well we... Oh,
I was right!
Alright. We finally got the fishing pond fish. And for our hard work, we get a heart piece. I have to quit. Alright, no more RNG in the run, thankfully. Now we're going to make a flip over to Ruto's letter, which we can finally dive down to now that we have the gold scale. Or not. Alright, let's try that again. It's probably a little too far away. There we go.
And we have a $10 donation from Bash Prime, who says, "Who knew we only needed a late-night Ocarina game to transcend reality and enter a greater realm of enlightenment?" Also, I'm DF.
I'm DF.
I'm DF. Rainmaker sucks. Or no, Clamblitz sucks. Anyway. Alright, now we're back at the graveyard. This is where we need to sell the spooky mask to kid who paces the graveyard. But first, we need to get to Scotula and a piece of heart, which is hidden in that box on top of the ledge that we're in front of. But thankfully, with a tricky throw with the boomerang, we can actually get the boomerang to latch onto the heart piece and bring it to us. So... Alright, very nice. Alright, here you go. Give me some money. Okay, so now we can go back and get the bunny hood and cast Ferrari's Wind here one more time.
Did you just ask a kid to give you money?
Yes, but it's okay, because he wanted to give me the money. I'm not really sure what Hyrule's child labor laws are, though, so...
It was his lunch money. We took it.
We bullied him. Really wanted to look at Idante, though.
What a interesting goal in life.
That kid should play Ocarina of Time 3D 100%. I think he'd like it a lot.
Yeah. Similar levels of masochism involved.
Alright, so now we're going to play the Sun Song. I'm playing the Sun Song so that we can get the Running Man to appear in a specific area when we come out of a grotto that we're going to be entering soon. Because we need to sell the Running Man the bunny hood. Way too far over the SS position. Good bunny hood.
Your physics.
How did this happen? Oh, now I understand.
Yeah, so heart piece in here we need to get with diving again. And then once we come out of the grotto, the not the happy mask salesman, the running man will be right out there just waiting for us, and we can sell him the bunny hood for a ridiculous amount of rupees. So we have currently 1 rupee. Let's see how many the running man will give us once we sell him our bunny hood. Oh. Our money is just going up and up. When's it gonna stop? Still going.
It was all planned. The second try fishing.
Alright, well, guess he gave us all of his money.
But clearly the child labor rules does not forbid anyone to give you 500 rupees for one single job. It's great. It's
Yeah.
great.
Are you gonna pay taxes on this this new mask salesman scheme you're running, Link?
Considering how much Link jumps time, I'm not sure he ever feels the need to pay taxes. Oh. Alright. Bunch of stuff we need to do here. 2 more heart pieces and a Skillshilla in Gerudo Valley. First heart piece is stuck in this box.
Oop.
Oh.
Well,
Oh.
okay.
Alright, well, it's like we're mega flipping. Bottle with bugs on here. So yeah, we wanted to fly down here with the Cucko, but since we lost it, we had to do the mega flip. I guess it would have been slightly faster to do a mega side hop instead, but it doesn't matter at this point.
That gets the job done. Without you having to loop all the way back around.
Okay. Some more hissing. On this very long ladder to this heart piece up here. And then we will be returning Furore's Wind to give back the Happy Mask Salesman the money that we made. And we don't have to set Furore's Wind here anymore, thankfully. But now he'll give us the Mask of Truth, which is the final mask that we'll need to get. That completes the child trade quest.
Well as access to a bunch of other masks that do nothing.
Yeah. Alright, now we're going to do the child archery. The rupees will always appear in the same order during the child archery, so I know exactly where to aim each time. Once again, the gyro control is making this super fluid to do. So we got our biggest Deku Seed bag at 50 Deku Seeds. Now we're going to go over to Bombchu Bowling, which sort of has an RNG component to it. We want the first reward we can get to be the heart piece. Anything else is slower. Alright, bomb bag. So that means I will need to go through 4 different rewards. For Bombchu Bowling, the best thing to do is I want to sort of get stuck in this weird animation. Not getting stuck. Come on. Get stuck. There he goes. Okay, so now Link is kind of stuck in this animation, and when he gets blown up by the Bombchu, he's going to change angles to be at a perfect angle for getting this to work. Now with this angle, the Bombchu will go right into the hole there. And additionally, when that wall falls, that Bombchu, the next one will also go into the hole at the end, so I don't have to worry about like where the Cuccos are or anything, which is really nice. So now we got the biggest bomb bag. For the purple rupee, we're just going to waste all our Bombchus. Looks like one's going to... Okay, good, it didn't make it. If it makes it into there, that's actually really slow, because we have to wait for the wall to fall. And then same thing with the Bombchus. Just blow them all up. Oh, there's still one left. Oh well.
Oh, so close.
Oh man, almost. It's okay, we'll get it this time. Okay, Movement got stuck much earlier that time. Alright, so even if the hole's on the other side of the wall, we can still use this method to do this. Oh, oops, a little too early. Winner!
A winner is you.
Aw, the game loves you.
That fish certainly didn't.
Well, not the first time, but then after enough, ask, it actually finally could not resist.
Yeah, I couldn't resist the sweet voice of Gene Wilder that I tried to impersonate. Anyway. Off to Lon Lon Ranch as Child Link. There's a bunch of Skulltulas here, and a song that we need to get. We're also going to be placing Ferori's Wind here for the very last time in the run.
Shocking that you left one song until the very end of the run.
Yeah, so now we need to play the milk minigame. We already have 4 bottles, but we still need to play this minigame to actually get milk in one of them. First Coco, where's the second one? No. Did we lose it?
Uh-oh.
This is not good. Alright. No? Okay.
Wow. Cutting it close there.
Yes, thank you.
Keeping it exciting for the fans.
Exactly. Alright. Now we got milk in our bottle. And now we get to really test our hessing skills here in Lon Lon Ranch. That is not a hess. Where are you? We talked to Malin 3 times. We learn Epona's song. And this is important because we need all the songs before we can get the Frog Heart piece on Zora's River. So, the very last song of the run.
So what exactly is the game plan if you get caught by the guards in Gerudo Fortress without Epona's song?
Oh, I have no idea. just planning that doesn't happen.
Nice. Good to know.
Alright, time for more hessing. Lots of Skulltulas. A little overshoot. Oh man, the double kill. One Skulltula around here on the back. And then one Skulltula all the way over here on the wall. Hopefully we don't get hit by any blaze.
Oh, yeah, they...
Oh,
Here they come.
Still coming. Alright.
Luckily you have quite a few hearts, so I don't think the Guayas are going to kill you.
Yeah, about 17 hearts and double defense. I think we'll be okay. Say jump slash, we can clip through this little corner right here, so we don't actually have to push any of the boxes.
I've got a series of donation by Cody7737. I think it's part of an inside joke for some people that are maybe here or maybe not. There's a $10 donation with no comment, a $5 donation that says, "Hey, wall, I'm the Galatian sitting at the table. I really like Ocarina of Time and fursuits." And then there's an additional $10 donation for a total of 25. And he says, "I belong to no table. Zlau or Zlo, I do not know how to pronounce this. But the people behind in the public are laughing, so I may have done something correctly." There's a more serious one that goes with the ranch. Bash Prime donates $5. Thank you, Bash Prime. And he says, "I love to wake up in the morning and help myself to a bowl of Talon's Oops Okakos."
Alright, so now we're getting our first Dagonut upgrade. Since we have the Mask of Truth, we're going to be getting the second one right away. But first, I have to dupe some bugs over Rudo's letter right here. So there's still 2 more Soil Ghost Sculptures that we need to get. So specifically for this, too many frames. There's a specific way that I want to dupe the bottle here, or dupe over the bottle, I should say. Come on. There we go. Okay, so see the bottle, and then because I pressed my Y bottle instead of my X bottle, I then duped the bugs over my Y bottle because that was the button that I last pressed. And it doesn't matter that we didn't show Rudo's letter to King Zora. We obviously don't need to move him at this point.
Wow, no weeps.
No moves. Sorry, Mr. Deku Scrub Businessman.
I think you do a lot more business if you didn't try to kill all of his customers.
Yeah, that too. These Deku Scrubs are amazed. Alright. Now it's time to go do the final cleanup on Zora's River. First we gotta dive down, though. Now I'm going to need the boomerang. There's quite a few heart pieces that we actually have to get here. That's not what we want to do. Let's just go back up again. Boomerang over here. Boomerang this heart piece over to ourselves. I already got the Sculptula, so I'll just go down here.
Bobby, what would you even have to say in a moment like this?
Link, you just got damaged. Watch out. Should we talk to her? I wonder if Saria knows anything about the other spiritual stone. Wow.
Wow, no.
Very insightful.
You have not been paying attention.
Alright, so these are the frogs that we gotta play some songs for. We get a piece of heart for playing the Song of Storms because I guess they like it when it rains. And then we have to play each of the other child songs for them, along with the custom song that they made to get another piece of heart. So we'll just be playing more songs here. And we'll be getting 50 rupees that will never be spent anywhere. Bonus song. The bonus song is like the most awkward song for me to play, I feel.
You'll notice that the frogs are actually singing the song at the same time.
That would be a fun instrument in a randomizer. Just to have your ocarina sound like the frogs.
That would be pretty good. Song of Time is difficult. Last one is Saria's song. Alright, so after this, the frogs have like their own custom song that they want me to play, but it's the same every time, so I just need to memorize it. I won't have to pay attention to where the butterfly above them is or anything. L, X, Y, R, X, Y, R, L, R, L, R, Y, X, L. Or not. Mess something up. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so let's start piece. Alright, we now have 19 total hearts. Oh, that's okay. My PB actually made that mistake also. Hey, look, there he is. The owl's watching over us all this time. Never stops nagging us. No. Go up here, there we go. And so Scotula right here. And then the only reason I had to get over to this side of the fence is to buy a magic bean. We're not actually going to be placing it, but we just need it in our inventory for the 100% definition. Alright. There's one more Skulltula that we need to get. So let us go get that Skulltula in Death Mountain Crater. It's a soil gold Skulltula.
Huh, mask isn't persistent across warps, interesting.
Maybe the mask burned up upon entry.
I mean, it should have. Same with the Deku Shield, but whatever.
Alright, so 99 Skulltulas, this one's gonna make it 100. You will remember, though, that we're still missing the Fire Medallion. So maybe we should go and get that. I think that would be a good idea. So to get into Fire Temple as Child Link, we gotta do this trick called an A slide. To get past these silver blocks. Go. And then using a Deku Stick as Child Link, we can do an anti-grav to get all the way inside the entrance here without ever touching the floor. Pretty cool.
And like the floor is lava. Because it kind of is.
Make sure to not burn our shield here, because we need the Deku Shield for the 100% definition, so it's important to have.
That would be tragic. I guess we wouldn't be too far from Dodongo's Cavern.
We also need the Deku Shields to do Mega Flip here. And this is where we use the Fire Temple boss key that we RBA'd earlier. So this is the last blue warp that we haven't entered. Oh, and here's the very last heart container for us. So we now have 20 hearts.
How convenient.
So the run is going to end very soon, assuming that I get this last wrong warp.
Yeah, time is on the Ferris Wind A press, so get ready on time.
Alright. And time. We have wrong warps.
Let's clap, ladies and gentlemen.
So that was The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 100% in 422. I think the timer's a little late, so it's 422:42 probably, or something like that. So obviously, a lot of people always question whether or not warping to the credits is a valid way of beating the game. And in the 3DS community, we believe that it is, because if we let this entire credit sequence play out, the game will actually unlock the Master Quest mode. that comes with the 3DS version of the game. And we believe that that's proof enough that the game believes it's been beaten if it unlocks Master Quest modes after having warped the credits. And it also counts that we have the Fire Medallion because we got that medallion as we did the wrong warp, like we did with the Spiritual Stones and other cutscene skips that we did. So, yeah, thank you very much, you guys, for watching. I'd also like to give shoutouts to my co-commentator on the couch right here, Megahertz. I'm sorry, it's like 2 a.m. in the morning.
This has been a wild ride.
I'd also like to shout out just the general 3DS Zelda speedrunning community for all their great work that they put into routing and playing this game. Because we could actually be upon some new routes soon, since we figured out a much faster way to do the reverse Door of Time Skip as Adult Link now. So maybe the next time you see this run, it might use the Door of Time Skip. But until then, thank you very much, Calithon, for having me. And also, I should remind you guys that if you guys can hit $15,000 by noon tomorrow, I will be doing a Wind Waker randomizer showcase for you all, which should be super fun. And I'm just going to tell you now, it's possible for me to play as Sans in the Wind Waker randomizer showcase. So you clearly have to meet that goal so we can play as Sans. But yeah, so thank you very much, and I will see you guys all later. So hope you guys all enjoyed.
And thank you so much, Gymnast, for your run of Ocarina of Time. It was extremely entertaining, really, from beginning to end. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did as well in chat and in the room. Clearly, we have some people that enjoyed it right there. I can see them. And next is Silent Hill Homecoming, that will be run by Starwin. And as Gymnast said, yes, he can run a Wind Waker randomizer tomorrow. We just have to hit this 15,000. As you can see right now, it's 13,790. So we're really close to that. We only need $1,210. We've got 5,000 people in chat. Imagine if everyone gave $1, it would be way more than 15,000. Wouldn't that be fantastic? Direct Relief would raise all this money for Direct Relief. Direct Relief, here's a reminder about the